Chapter 25. Tiernan. Tiernan? I hear Noah call from outside. I look behind me, seeing Caleb pull his t-shirt on, his jeans zipped up, but his belt unfastened around his narrow, tight stomach. I bite my lip, my mouth going dry for him again. I roll my eyes at myself. Jesus. Buttoning the collar of Caleb's flannel around my neck, I look at Noah's torn shirt laying on top of the car and pull my hat over my head before pushing the door open. Tiernan! I'm here, I say, stepping out into the snow and pulling my coat on as Noah jerks around at my voice. What the hell? He scowls and walks over, his cheeks as bright red as his hoodie as the wind blows the ends of his hair that are peeking out of his hat. I've been looking for you everywhere. I was just in there. Where were you hiding? I open my mouth, but the door behind me creaks open, Noah's eyes darting over my shoulder. Caleb steps out, snow falling into his hair as he fastens his belt and gives his brother a hard stare. I groan inwardly. Oh, Noah mumbles. Blowing out a breath, I turn, looking back at him. His hesitant eyes dart between Caleb and me, but he thankfully swallows whatever he wants to say. Holding up my phone, he tosses it to me. Phone call. It keeps ringing. I unlock the screen, seeing several missed calls from Mirai. Shit, this can't be good. I dial her back and hold the phone to my ear as I head back toward the house. Tiernan, she answers after the third ring. Hey, what's up? I climb the stairs and head for the door, my nerves on alert, hearing the alarm in her voice. I didn't want to call you, she says, but I don't want you to find out about it through anyone else. I swing the door open and kick the snow off my boots before entering the house. Found out about what? The Daily Post published an article claiming several sources that your father... Dread seeps in, and I almost hang up the phone. I hadn't realized how nice it's been, not letting the world in, and I really don't think I want to know. But she wouldn't have called unless it was important. What? I ask, pulling off my coat. That your father was abusive to your mother, she tells me. That he forced her to die with him. What? I blurt out. How would they come up with that conclusion? And they have sources? Because I don't remember anyone else being in the house that night to witness anything. I clench the phone in my hand, but I immediately ease up. Why would anyone speculate something like that? What purpose does it serve? Tiernan? Mirai prompts. I swallow. Yes. I walk into the kitchen, the scent of the deer stew Jake has simmering filling the air as Caleb and Noah enter the house behind me. Jake turns from the sink and meets my eyes. I look away. We know it's not true, Mirai continues, but there's little we can do about this and... I shake my head, hanging up the phone. Grabbing my laptop on the table, I spin it around and bring up the internet. Why am I aggravated? I don't care what they say about my parents. Maybe it would reveal that they weren't perfect, even if the current topic of discussion was bullshit. The guys surround the table, no doubt waiting to know what's going on. But as the page loads and I type in my parents' names, the headlines assault me all at once. My heart pounds against my chest. What does it say? Noah asks, peering over my shoulder. I shake my head, anger rising up my throat, and I don't know how to make it stop. Sources claim my father was controlling, I tell him, skimming an article. Domineering, and my mother feared him. He took her with him because he didn't trust her loyalty once he was gone. This is bullshit. My father lived to see her thrive. I click out of the article, scanning other headlines, Twitter mentions, and links to YouTube videos. Really? Conspiracy vlogs this fast? A hand grabs my screen and spins the laptop around, away from me. Don't look at it. Jake slams the top shut. You knew all the shit they were spewing, which is why you've stayed off the internet. I dig my nails into the table. Well, is it possible? I hear Noah interject. His father shoots him a look. I mean, it's not like it matters anyway, right? Noah rushes to add. They were jerks. I take a deep breath, trying not to hear him. But he's right. Does it matter? Why is this pissing me off? This isn't your problem, Jake tells me in a stern voice. I raise my eyes, meeting his calm stare. Patient, but ready if I need him. I stand up straight and pick my cell back up, scrolling my contacts. I dial. Bartlett, Snyder, and Abraham, how may I direct your call? This is Tiernan DeHaas, I say. I need to speak to Mr. Izuola. There's a short pause, and then, yes, Miss DeHaas, please hold. Caleb hangs back, leaning against a wooden beam between the kitchen and living room, his eyes lowered, while his father and brother stare at me from by the table. Tiernan, Mr. Izuola answers. How are you? I spin around, facing away from the guys for privacy. Have you seen the article in the Daily? I ask quietly. Yes, just this morning. His voice is solemn. I've already sent a cease and desist. I shake my head. No. He's quiet for a moment. You want a retraction printed instead? I sigh and start pacing the kitchen. The damage is done, I tell him. Readers will believe it no matter what now. I don't want it to happen again, though. You want to make an example out of them? Yes. We're both quiet, and hopefully he knows what I'm asking without saying it. I'm sure it must seem petty, and I may change my mind, but for all they know, I loved and adored my parents. It's shitty to print a story you can't prove when you know their orphan is watching. We'll talk soon, he says, understanding me. Goodbye. I hang up and walk to the sink, drawing a glass of water. Jake comes to my side. You could just make a statement. I laugh under my breath, turning off the faucet. Their daughter defending them? That's believable, I mumble. If this goes to court, they'll be forced to account for their sources. And you're betting they don't have any? I know they don't have any. I hold the glass to my lips. Mirai and I lived in that house. No one controlled my mother. Next to him was exactly where she wanted to be. I take a drink and spin around, heading out of the kitchen and toward the stairs. I need a shower. Why do you care? I hear Noah call after me. They were awful to you. I stop on the third step, trying to push myself to just keep walking, because I don't know how to answer that. It takes a moment for me to turn around and meet his gaze. The truth is, I don't know. My heart hasn't softened toward them, but something has changed since I've been here. A line is drawn that wasn't there before. There's a limit to what I'll tolerate now. I shrug, searching for my words, but I don't know how else to explain it. They're my parents, I tell him. His eyes narrow as they all stare at me. But that's all I say. I turn and continue up the stairs, almost wanting to smile a little. My mom and dad may or may not deserve my loyalty, but standing up feels kind of good. I twist the wire, binding the twigs to the hanger I stole out of Jake's closet. I only have plastic ones, so it was impossible to contort mine into a circle. Using the cutters, I snip off the excess wire and smooth the evergreens around the wreath, smiling at how they fan out, but in a way that's a little chaotic and wild. Growing up, my house was professionally decorated for the holidays. Lots of white, and I'm excited for the more natural Christmassy feel and smell. I check the other bindings on the wreath and crawl on my hands and knees on the living room floor. The dogs passed out in front of the fire as I inspect the garland I made for the mantel with the branches Caleb and I cut a few days ago. My fingers, the tips gold from the paint I used on the bookshelf tonight, peel back the foliage to see if more wire needs to be added. But awareness pricks, and I dart my eyes up to see Jake watching me as he sits on the couch. His eyes hold mine for a moment, and then he blinks and looks away, going back to watching the movie. I move my gaze to Caleb in the chair, and while his eyes are on the movie, he's aware of everything in the room except the television. His jaw is flexed, and my cheeks warm. Noah checks the doors to make sure they're locked and makes his way over. I pop up off the floor. Help me? He takes one end of the garland and I take the other, the ache in my arm growing stronger because the aspirin is wearing off. We lift the decoration and lay it over the mantel, the whole thing covering the 10-foot length. Noah backs away, letting me fluff and adjust it, and I bend over, swiping the wreath off the floor. Holding it by the hook, I hand it to Noah and gesture to the door. He hangs it, and I stand back, admiring all my handiwork. If only I had some red ribbon to add. Christmas is in a few weeks, and for the first time ever, I'm into it. But when I look at Jake, his eyebrows are raised like he's expecting something more to happen for my hard work all night, like for the twigs to start glowing or something. I retreat a little, chewing the corner of my mouth. If you don't like it, it's just a little holiday spirit. It's not like I sewed ruffles onto his drapes. But he rises from his seat and brings me in, kissing my forehead. It's beautiful, Tiernan. I love it. I smile. Good. I nod once. You don't want me getting bored. He laughs, but Noah grabs me, pulling me down onto his lap on the couch. If you need things to do. He tries to tickle me, but I bolt out of his lap. Jake swats Noah on the head as he heads to the kitchen. What? He blurts out. That's not what I meant. Yeah, right. He's trying not to laugh, but his smile is devilish. I can't help but want to smile, too. I look away so he can't see. When I do, though, Caleb still sits in the chair, 2 deep creases between his eyebrows as he stares at the television but doesn't watch. A chill runs up my legs, bare in my silk sleep shorts, and I pull down my matching sweater, covering the patch of stomach against the cold. Here, Noah says. I turn, and he rises from the couch, taking my hand. Come on. Jake disappears into the shop, closing the door behind him as Noah and I walk into the dark kitchen. He backs me up to the sink and pulls out a chair, sitting down as he reaches under my sweater. Give me your arm, he tells me. I slip my arm out, and he pulls over the first aid kit we left sitting out on the counter and begins unwrapping the bandage as I hold the sweater over my bare breast. I watch him clean my wound, his worried eyes darting to me as I hiss. The swelling has gone down, but any pressure feels like a hot poker in my skin. His touch is gentle, and we fall quiet, me chewing nervously on the inside of my lip. He's only quiet when he has things to say. I'm glad you're standing up for your parents, he says in a quiet voice, even if they might not deserve it. I watch him, his unusually sincere tone all the more poignant because it almost never happens. I know I'd do the same for my dad, he explains, but he would deserve it. I'm glad he realizes that. He tosses the wipe down and laughs bitterly. I'm such a little shit. He's been all alone these years, doing everything alone, fighting for this family alone. He shakes his head, more to himself. We haven't really ever taken care of each other. Until now. I remember Jake's surprise the other morning at Noah helping out without an argument. They've always taken care of each other. Food, shelter, work. I guess he means something else. Like how I'm happy and not thinking about my past. When you're cared for, you care for others. Noah's breathing turns shallow and he still won't look at me. What happens when you leave? He asks, but it's more like he's thinking out loud. Will they still be invested in each other as a family? And then it occurs to me, what happens to me when I leave? This has become a home. They've become my home. He wraps a clean bandage around my arm and stands up, hovering over me. But he still won't fucking look at me, and my eyes start to sting. I'm not leaving for months. I don't want to think about this now. I turn his chin toward me, and he immediately comes in, dropping his forehead to mine. What if I never let you leave? He murmurs, his breath tickling my lips. My chin trembles. What if... His arms circle my waist, and he pulls me in tight. What if a lot changed before the summer? I listen. What if... He grabs my bottom lip between his teeth, making me suck in a breath before he releases it. What if we pumped you until you were pregnant? He whispers. To keep me here? I challenge. Knocking me up on purpose? But he shakes his head. To keep you with me. I narrow my eyes. I open my mouth to speak, but I don't know what to say. Noah is who I should be with, if anyone. He's young, kind, attentive. He talks to me. I can grow with him. He's good. So why don't I tell him that? I take his face in my hands, not sure what I want to say, but before I have a chance to speak, a dark form appears behind him. I look over his shoulder, seeing Caleb. I drop my hands from his brother. Noah turns and we both see Caleb's gaze on fire as he looks between us. He reaches over. I almost wince, bracing myself for him to grab me or hit Noah, but he simply takes my hand and holds my eyes as he calmly pulls me over to him. I go, heat instantly traveling up my arm from where his fingers hold me. He rubs a tendril of my hair between his fingers as he looks into my eyes. I open my mouth to speak, but I don't know what I want to say. He's young, not kind, and not attentive. He doesn't talk to me, and I can't grow with him. Caleb's not good, but he's the one I want. All to myself, right now. In the shower, dark and just us, with his arms around me. Stupid girl. His dark eyes dart to his brother and he jerks his chin, ordering Noah away. I hear Noah shift on his feet. You okay with this? He asks me. Without taking my eyes off Caleb, I nod. I'm sorry, Noah. Some lessons can only be learned the hard way. Noah lets out a sigh and walks into the shop to join his father as Caleb threads my fingers through his, leading me up the stairs. I'm sore, I'm tired, and I feel guilty, like I should be confused about a lot right now, but I'm not. All that matters is the next 5 minutes, the next hour, however long I'm with him. Instead of leading me to his room, he pushes the door open to my room and pulls me inside, swinging me past him. I stumble as he releases my hand, stopping myself. What the hell? I spin around and look at him standing there. He looks to my bed, his eyes suddenly hard, and jerks his chin, ordering me. What? It takes a minute to figure out what he wants. Sleep? I ask. He wants me to go to bed? It's barely 9 o'clock, I argue. He points his finger at me and then the bed, ordering me again, this time with a scowl on his face. Then he twists around and leaves the room, slamming the door shut behind him. What the fuck? And then I hear it. Metal against metal. A bolt sliding. My eyes widen. I run to the door, twisting the handle. Caleb? The door won't open, and I pound with one palm and jiggle the handle with another hand. What is this? I shout. Are you serious? I knew that was too good to be true. His calm downstairs was bullshit. He was pissed. I yank and pull on the door, beating it with the hand of my healthy arm. This isn't funny! He bolted my door? There wasn't a bolt on it this morning. When did he put it on? Is he kidding? Oh my God. Jake! I shout. Noah! But they can't hear me because they're in the shop. I hear his footfalls down the stairs, but instead of tears, anger boils my blood. I'm going to fucking kill him. Jealous, immature, batshit son of a bitch. I'm going to kill him. I kick and pound the door. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I bellow. Ugh. Chapter 26. He circles the bed, not taking his eyes off her dark form under the covers. She exhausted herself. She bellowed for a fucking hour in here when he locked her door, and now she's passed out. Streams of moonlight glow across her floor, the silence in the house making the snow fall against the glass doors almost like a metronome. Tap, 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 tap. He climbs on the bed, hovering over her on his hands and knees as she sleeps. Thankfully, his father and brother never knew what happened. They were in the shop, far away from her little tantrum, but even if they weren't, he was ready if they decided to come to her rescue. He's sick of her sledding around, fucking him today in the barn, letting his father touch her and kiss her tonight, and then about to give it up for his brother when his back is turned. He's sick of seeing her smile when she works on her dumb shit in the shop. Sick of her excited by the snow or happy when she feeds the horses. Sick of seeing her hair fall across her cheek as she reads at the dinner table, or how she twists her lips to the side when she's concentrating on an assignment. Sick of her cries at night and how pathetic she sounds during her nightmares. He stares down at her, cocking his head as her breathing turns shallow, and she fists her shirt up at her collar. Her face tenses and she jerks. The nightmare is starting. Leaning in, he brushes her nose with his, closing his eyes and feeling her panting and how her body tenses and flexes as she dreams. Her brow creases and her chin trembles, and part of him wants to do what he always does, take her in his arms, calm her, and put her back to sleep right. But this isn't who she is when she's awake. She's mean, and he's done forgetting that. Sinking his mouth to hers, he kisses her, her whimper disappearing down his throat as her body tenses and then eases. He almost laughs. He could be anyone right now. He'll drop her panties and slip inside her, and she won't even open her eyes to tell which one it is, because it doesn't really matter. He trails kisses along her cheek, her eyes still closed, not awake yet. He hovers his lips over her skin, moving his mouth but unable to voice the words. Pretty little cunt. He grinds on her once. That's what she is. Cunt. Climbing off her, he watches her face as he gently pulls her shorts down. He drops them on the floor and comes back to hover over her, watching her face as he slides his hand inside her fucking panties. His fingers trail between her legs, enticing her to open for him, but he has to pause a moment to fist his hand because she's so soft and smooth. He loves touching it. Nudging his way in, he finds her clit, and just like a fucking whore, her knees fall apart. He smiles, coaxing her little nub in circles. Does his dad do this to her? Maybe his brother? She moans for them, doesn't she? He brings his finger up, licking it, and then puts it on her again, listening to her sweet little breaths and moans as he rubs her out. He stares at her face. She's gonna know it's him soon enough. She lets out a beautiful groan as she arches her neck back and starts to move into it, wanting it. His dad and Noah are asleep, and he has her all to himself. Caleb, she murmurs, reaching down to grab his hand, but not actually moving it off her. You're an asshole. He smirks. He is, and she likes to act like she fucking cares. Putting up a fight 1 minute and begging for a dicking the next. She won't stop him because as long as someone is fucking her, she doesn't have to remember all the nothings she is. Slow, she pants. Please. But he doesn't slow down. He pulls her hand off his and forces it up her chest, making her lift her shirt for him. She pulls up her top, baring her nice tits, and he watches them bob back and forth as she moves into the rubbing. He leans back, sitting on his heels as he keeps one hand on her clit and moves the fingers of his other hand down farther. He teases her ass, rubbing the tight hole and watching her breath catch. Caleb," she says nervously, but he doesn't stop. Rubbing her and not stopping, he presses the tip of his finger just inside her and holds it there as he fucks with her clit faster. Her little ass tightens around his finger, warm and making his cock swell painfully, but it just pisses him off more. He swipes a finger just inside her pussy, wetting his fingers, and keeps masturbating her while his finger in her ass stays still. Eventually, she adjusts and relaxes, getting turned on again and comfortable as she moves into his hands. She likes both holes filled, because of course she does. After a few moments, he's able to slide his finger deeper inside, and they have a rhythm going now, the room filling with moans and pants as she climbs toward her orgasm. He almost falters. Looking down at her, he almost wants her to have this because she's so beautiful, and he loves seeing her smile. He loves watching her excited by the snow and happy feeding the horses, and how loving she is with the animals, and how good her arms felt when she hugged him to her in the car today in the barn. But he pulls his hands out of her little red panties, letting her body shake and her whimpers go unanswered. "No, please," she chokes out a whisper. "I was almost there." Sweat beads his brow, and he feels fucking sick, but he climbs off the bed, leaving her hanging. So far, so good. Now for round 2. "Caleb," she begs. He ignores her, dropping his jeans to the floor and pulling her off the bed. She stands there, swaying in her fatigue, and he squats down to slide her panties down her legs. She steps out of them, her hands on his shoulders. "Do you like me?" she asks in a small voice. The question gives him pause. "At all?" And if he weren't looking at a woman's body, he might think a child was speaking to him with how innocent and sweet she sounded. She swallows. "I thought part of me might like that you don't talk." She raises her arms as he stands and pulls her t-shirt off over her head. "I can say things and not have to hear your response. I hate talking too." He doesn't look at her as he plucks the condom out of his pocket and rips it open, slipping it on. She stands there. "All you can do to me is walk away," she mumbles, but then sighs. "I hate it when you walk away." He pushes her back down on the bed and climbs on top of her, avoiding her eyes. "I hate the way you look at me sometimes," she whispers, and he can hear the tears. "Like I'm nothing." He lifts her knee high and works himself inside of her. His dick crowns, feeling her open up and take him in as he slides in and out until he's buried to the hilt. He settles on top of her, forcing away the pleasure and warmth washing over his body and shaking her words from his head. "And then other times," she kisses him, wrapping her arms around his body and sliding the tip of her tongue into his mouth. He hardens even more, sucking air in through his teeth. "I don't know how to talk sometimes either," she tells him. "This is how we talk. This is the only time I feel like you like me." The backs of his eyes burn, and he kisses her deep, tasting the tears on her cheeks. He kisses her everywhere. He does like her. He's wanted to touch her from the first moment, and he's been here, watching, as inch by inch she started to laugh and become a part of them all. He thrusts, the top of his body molded to her as he encases her head in his arms and kisses her. "Caleb," she pants, her pussy clenching. "Caleb, God." He can feel her about to come. She always comes so good. He rolls his hips faster and faster, wanting to love her, wanting to let her have it, because she was made for him. Neither of them knows how to let people love them, but they don't have to talk with each other. This is how they say it. He doesn't savor anyone like he wants to savor her. Her scent, her sound, her touch, her taste. The feel of her arms around him feels like he thought nothing ever could. He wants to love her. He wants to please her. He wants to trust her and to see her holding his baby someday. His thrusts slow as he wonders how they loved her too. All the words she whispered in their beds. She's not hard to please. And as the images of his father and brother with her tonight flash in his mind, he's reminded. Women he loves forget him. He stops, and she whimpers, her body shaking as the second orgasm tries to push through her, but loses steam and drifts away, letting her float back to the ground. "No," she breathes out. "Please, Caleb, what are you doing?" Chapter 27. Tiernan. He rises up, grabs me, and flips me over. Something circles my wrist, and I know what it is before I even look. The belt he'd given me on my birthday had been sitting on my bedside table, and he takes it, tightening it around my wrist and looping it around the wrought iron headboard above. Oh shit. He yanks on it, pulling me up, and I have no choice but to clutch the bars with both hands for support as he secures me. He forces my knees apart. "Caleb," I start to protest. I feel my wetness on the inside of my thigh, and every muscle inside me burns. I shake. What is he doing? He digs his fingers into my hips and jerks me back into him, quickly sliding his cock back inside me. I squeeze my eyes shut, stinging from the rawness as he damn near punches a hole right through me. This doesn't feel good. "Caleb," but I don't know what I want to say. My head is spinning. He fucks me, pounding his hips hard behind me as I hang onto the headboard and my hair bounces across my back. He threads a hand through my hair, gripping the back of my scalp, and for a moment I can't breathe. All I hear is the sound of skin hitting skin as he fists his hands and makes my body hurt. "Caleb, stop!" He pushes my back down more, making my ass jut out as he releases my hair and reaches around to paw my breasts and dig his teeth into my neck. Tears hang at the corner of my eyes, and for a moment all I can do is hang on as he pumps harder and faster. It's too deep though. It hurts. He's taking, fucking me like I'm nothing. "Caleb, stop!" He doesn't hear me though, his hand landing on my ass with a loud whack and his breath pouring in and out of his lungs. I suck in a cry, the belt digging into my skin. "Stop!" I scream. I work the belt wider, slipping my wrist out, and then I whip around, hitting him I don't know how many times. I burst into tears, seeing the rage on his face, and scramble off the bed. Naked, I run from the room. He catches me and yanks me back to him, but I slap him with everything I have and bolt into Noah's room, locking the door. He pounds on the wood, and I hear Noah move in bed. "What the fuck?" I back away from the door, waiting for Caleb to break through, but he doesn't. I try to catch my breath, but my knees start to give. "Tiernan?" Noah says. I crawl in his bed, pushing him back down and spooning him from behind. I wrap my arms around him like a steel band. "Go back to sleep," I mutter, trying to quiet my tears. "What did he do?" "Nothing." I bury my head in his back, the warm skin smelling like my body wash that he always steals. "Just let me hold on to you." "Did he hurt you?" he asks, trying to turn around, but I won't let him. "Tell me the truth." I can't speak. I just shake my head. I'm the only one who hurts me. I believed it was real. Whatever was happening between us for however long. He hates me. That wasn't love. Caleb doesn't come back to Noah's door, and I think I hear his footfalls on the stairs at some point. But after a few minutes, my breathing calms and my tears subside. Noah just lies there, letting me hold him. I tighten my arms around him again. I don't understand what's happening. He wants me one minute and is throwing me away the next. He's gentle and horrible, vulnerable and hateful. He shares me with Noah and then gets possessive. What does he want? He was with our mom, Noah tells me, breaking the silence. I open my eyes, feeling his voice vibrate against his body. It was a rainy spring day, and some guy she'd been running with on the side was with them. Noah goes on. They had gone to the store, or so she told my dad. Instead, they went to a white house off a dirt road somewhere, and she left Caleb in the car, locked it, and said she'd be back in a bit. He pauses and then continues. She went inside, and the brief stop turned into a party. She got high, lost time, and fell asleep in the house. This is only the second time Noah has mentioned their mother. He must have been a toddler at the time. He was alone in the car, with no one around for miles to hear him call out or cry when minutes turned into hours, and hours into days. I close my eyes, not wanting to hear the rest. There was no food in the car, and the only water came from the leak in the roof when it rained. I try not to see it, but an image of a little boy alone, cold and hungry, flashes in my mind. Caleb was a child at one time. He was helpless then. At some point, his throat went raw from crying out, Noah explains. But when my father finally found him, he wasn't crying or calling out. Not anymore. Just sitting in the seat in his own filth, staring off and barely even registering when the door was finally opened. How much time? I ask. How much time did he lose? It takes a moment for him to answer. 4 days. My face cracks and silent tears fall. Something separated in his head, Noah tells me. What goes through your mind when something like that happens, you know? When one day turns into 2 and 2 into 3, you're 4 years old, you can't get out, you can't figure out what to do to help yourself. You're starving, you're cold, you're alone, you can't stand up, you don't know when help is coming. I turn it all around in my head for a moment, trying to imagine how long the hours felt to a 4-year-old. Minutes filled with fear feel like hours, and hours of fear feel like an eternity. It must have felt like he was buried alive, Noah adds. The doctors said he gave up. A wall just sprung up, and over the years not talking became the one piece of control he had, when he had none during those 4 days in that car. His voice was the one thing no one could demand from him. It was his way of punishing everyone, a way to make the world share the pain. Needles prick my throat. Yeah, I know what that's like. Denying myself anything that made me happy for so long because I couldn't let it go. It couldn't not matter. Caleb has been punishing the world his whole life, almost like me. Unfortunately, the world moves on, and then it just becomes punishing yourself. Don't cry for him, Noah finally whispers. Especially not in front of him. After a while, Noah falls back to sleep, and I'm not sure how long I lie there, thinking about what he told me. Caleb almost died. Slowly, painfully. That would be a nightmare for anyone at any age. How much does he remember? Hopefully not much. It changed him, though. He turned inward and couldn't trust again. That's why he doesn't speak. Not out of spite, necessarily. He doesn't want to give anyone a piece of himself again. People hurt. He may not even know how to talk anymore. It's not like 4-year-olds are enunciating full speeches to begin with. You can't really lose an ability you never had. And it's hurt the whole family. His mother must be in prison for other things to keep her there this long, so she's all but dead to them. Jake had to raise 2 boys on his own, miles away from the help that Caleb needed, and Noah never really knew his brother. He's never known what Caleb could have been. They've all been alone, and somewhere in the time I've been here, we've all learned to care about each other. But I also created a whole other wedge. Caleb couldn't learn to live with another woman in the house, and when he tried, the lines were fucked up. How did I fit? Was I his cousin? His friend? His brother's? His? I pull my arms off Noah and swing my legs over the bed, sitting up, the weight of my role in all this sinking in. He acts wrong. He treated me wrong tonight. I'm confused too. I'm making mistakes too. But I don't want to hurt him. All I know for sure is that I can be there. Maybe over time he'll trust me as a friend. Hopefully, as someone who cares about him at least. I stand up, looking at the clock and seeing it's after 4 in the morning. I pick up a clean shirt out of Noah's laundry basket of clothes he never puts away and slip it on. Leaving the room, I close the door and head for the shower. As soon as I open the door, though, the steam hits me. The shower is running, and I spot Caleb sitting there on the edge of the tub. I stop, my heart beating fast again. His elbows rest on his jean-clad knees, and he hangs his head, quiet. He doesn't look up. I almost turn and leave. I need space. He needs space. Right now, anyway. I don't, though. I step in and close the door. Slowly, I walk over to him and stand in front of him, waiting. Maybe for him to make a move, or for him to lash out and storm out the door, but I'm not leaving for months yet. He can't get away from me. When he doesn't make a move to escape, I hold out my hand and lightly graze his soft, dark hair. He immediately clutches it in his own and nuzzles his head into it. I let out a breath. Kneeling down, I come in and circle my arms around his waist and lay my head on his chest, hugging him. I wish I knew what he wanted. I wish I trusted him, and I wish he trusted me. Friends is a better way to start. Can we go back? His arms hang limply at the side, and while he lets me hug him, he doesn't hug me back. I let go, letting him have his space. Looking up at him, he doesn't meet my eyes. He pinches my shirt, staring at it. At Noah's t-shirt. It's okay, I tell him softly. I didn't do anything with Noah. I glide my hands down his arms. I'm not going to. My right hand comes to his right hand, and I notice he's holding something in it. I stop, bringing it up and taking the piece of wood from his fist. What is this? But it doesn't even take a second to realize exactly what it is. The blue-green leg of my chest I painted with gold accents. I turn it around in my hand, my heart pumping so hard that a cool sweat breaks out on my forehead. What happened? I dart my eyes up to his, breathing hard. What did you do? Tears spring to my eyes and I drop the leg, running to the door. No. I race from the bathroom, down the stairs, pain and anger curdling in my stomach as I bolt into the shop. The frigid air hits me as I see the bay door open, and I leap down the stairs into the shop and spin around, frantically searching for my chest. My first piece, the one he helped me design. And all at once, it's not there, and I see the barrel outside in the snowy driveway, spitting fire, remnants of the colored wood I painted sticking out of the top. My hands shoot to my head, everything going blurry in front of me as silent sobs rack through me. No! I stand at the open door, watching sparks fly into the black night and any traces of my piece quickly deteriorate into the barrel. My hair blows across my face, and I cover my eyes with my hands, unable to stand the sight of it. But in my head, all I see are my stupid kid drawings in the trash. Stupid. Stupid. I cry into my hands. The stairs creak behind me, and I clench my teeth, wanting to kill him. I want to hurt him. Why would he do that? Spinning around, I head over to the wall in my bare feet and grab a pipe from the collection of parts. When I turn around, he's there within reach. I raise the pipe like a baseball bat, glaring at him and ready to kill him. I'm done. I can't take any more. I swing, but instead of smashing his head, I slam the fucking steel into the bookshelf I finished today. The side splinters, giving way, and I'm gone. Lost in my rage, I beat the fucking piece, slamming the bat as hard as I can into the sides, on the top, and moving to the desk I started a few days ago, too. "You can't hurt me!" I scream. "There's nothing you can take from me. I don't care about anything. I'm nothing!" I growl, destroying everything I made and beating it as hard as I want to beat him, because this is it. Now he fucking knows there's nothing he can do to me. There's nothing anyone can do to me. No one gets that power anymore. No one matters. I cry, covering it with another growl. No one. I'm stronger than you. There's nothing you can do to me. "What the hell?" I hear someone shout. "What the fuck is going on?" Someone grabs me, pulling the pipe out of my hands, and I whip around, seeing Jake. His shirt is open, and his feet are bare, and Noah hangs back by the door, watching in horror. Jake looks between his son and me, breathing hard. I clench my fists, a beautiful numbness seeping down over me. Caleb holds my gaze for a moment, the pulse in his neck throbbing, but then turns and grabs clothes off the dryer, finishing getting dressed. He doesn't even have his boots tied before he slips on his coat and grabs his stocked pack, heading for the door. "Wait, what the fuck is going on?" Jake grabs his son. Caleb jerks out of his hold and continues walking. "You're not going anywhere in this weather," he yells at Caleb. Caleb stops, turns, and looks at me. His eyes falter for a moment, looking sorry or some shit, and for a moment I think he's going to come back. He simply holds my eyes, lays his hand flat on his chest, and taps it twice. I don't know what it means, and I don't fucking care. Without sparing another moment, he turns and leaves, disappearing into the cold night. Chapter 28. Tiernan. I take a bite of my toast, holding it between my fingers as I prop the book open at the table. Their eyes burn my cheeks, but I avoid their gazes as I copy notes from the text into my notebook. I take another bite. "Are you okay?" Jake asks. I flip the notebook over, continuing the sentence I'm writing. "I'm fine." The wind howls outside, and the snow kicks up and taps at the windows. The animals have been tended to, but we won't be doing much else outside today. It's below 0. Not that I've been helping much lately anyway, and I don't really care what Jake has to say about it. I dare him to pick a fight. "You're fine," Noah repeats. "You've said that every day for the past week, and yet you'll barely talk to us." Guilt pricks at me, and I forget what I'm writing. It takes a moment to remember the word I was jotting down and continue. Noah doesn't deserve my silent treatment, neither does Jake, really. It just hurts. I don't know what hurts exactly or why it hurts, but I'm angry, and I can't pretend I'm not. Jake followed Caleb that night, and I went directly to the shower that was still left running, sitting in there for a half hour before my shivers and tears subsided. When he came back, though, he came back alone, and I haven't cried since. We haven't seen Caleb. "I'm sorry he did that to your piece," Jake tells me, holding his cup of coffee, but I just shrug. It doesn't matter. It's not like I was taking it with me in April anyway. "April?" Noah blurts out, and I hear him shift in his chair. "College doesn't start until August." "I'll be finished with my coursework soon," I tell them, not looking up. "As soon as the roads are clear, I'm going home." I'm 18. I'm financially independent and I don't belong here. Why would I stay? I feel Jake lean in, tense. This is your home. My eyes burn, and I flex my jaw to keep my emotions from betraying that I kind of feel like hearing that. We love you, he adds. But I just snicker. So what did you think? I ask, still writing. I'd bed hop every night for the rest of my life, as if we weren't all completely insane. I was never going to stay. What did he expect to happen? I'd marry one of them, live in the boonies and have all their babies? Or maybe we'd just go back to being a family, uncle, cousins, niece. I'd bring my husband here someday to meet them, the poor guy never knowing I'd screwed everyone in this house. How did Jake think this was going to end? We would have backed off, he says. Caleb is in love with you. Caleb, I breathe out a laugh, is an animal. I'd be surprised if he remembered the color of my eyes right now. Like any girl, I only matter as much as his next piece of ass. That's what I'm good for to him. I finish writing my sentence. He wasn't right. Jake watches me as Noah sits quietly across from me. And he communicates by losing his temper. He was wrong, yes, but he was hurt. The only woman he ever loved forgot about him, almost killed him. He pauses. He's in love with you, Tiernan. He was jealous. Tears spring up, a cry I won't let out, aching in my throat. I want to shake my head. I want to yell and tell them it doesn't matter. He can't treat people like that, and it's his choice how he communicates. No one is stopping him from saying what he needs to say. So he's jealous. So his father and brother are in the way. He didn't have an issue sharing me the night of the fire. Am I supposed to read his mind whenever he suddenly changes it? He's not a human, he's a bear. His love feels like shit. I straighten, slamming my book closed and picking up my stuff as I rise from the table. I walk around the kitchen, quickly pushing the thoughts from my head as I leave. Tiernan, Jake calls after me. I stop, hesitating a moment before I turn my head. Jake sits in his chair looking at me. When Caleb stopped talking, I tried to use sign language with him. He tells me, I still remember some of it. And then he puts his palm to his chest and taps twice, imitating the gesture Caleb made before he left last week. This, he says, means mine. Steam drifts out of my mouth, clouding into the air. The peak lies ahead, the view so much the same as the first time I stood on this balcony back in August, but so different, too. The chill has seeped through my white knit hat, and I hug myself with the brown plaid blanket Mirai sent me in the fall, wrapped around me and a mug of cocoa in my hands. My teeth chatter. The wind chill is well below zero. And for a moment, I let my guard down and wonder, where is he? I stare out at the view. The snow-covered trees spread out all the way to the snow-capped peak, beautiful and desolate, cold and lonely. There's only two directions he would have gone, deeper into the forest, to the fishing cabin, or to town. Caleb hates town. The frigid air stings my lips. Another -12 degrees and frostbite can happen in as few as 15 minutes. My fingers soak up the warmth of the mug, but even now the blood is running cold, making them hard to stretch. I try to stay longer, to feel what he might be feeling out there, but it's too cold. I love the snow, but when it gets to this temperature, it's not fun anymore. I turn around, the snow on my balcony crunching under my hard-soled slippers. Sliding the glass door open, I kick off my shoes just inside and step into my bedroom, closing and locking the door behind me. The fire crackles to my right. I walk over to my bed and pick up my pillow, smelling the case. It smells like Snuggle. I washed the sheets after Caleb left, but his smell was still here somehow. Now it's gone. Tossing the pillow down, I drop my blanket to the bed and pull off my hat, standing there for about 3 seconds before I just let my feet carry me. Drifting out of my room, I loiter in the hall, shuffling my feet for a moment before I disappear up Caleb's stairs. It's only about 3 in the afternoon, and despite the tense talk at the breakfast table this morning, Jake and Noah are happily working in the shop, pulling together in Caleb's absence. How are they not more worried? I'm pissed at him, but it's winter. He could die out there. What if he didn't even make it to the cabin? Turning the knob, I swing open his bedroom door, the room dark except for the light coming from the window, and step inside. I close my eyes, inhaling his scent. The world spins behind my lids and I feel dizzy. Why can't Noah's smell do this to me? He'd be so happy to have me in his arms tonight. He's been good about not being obvious, but I know he wants to hold me. He wants me to look at him. Walking farther into the room, I step over to the bed and pick up one of Caleb's pillows, his sheets rumpled and his blanket half hanging onto the floor. I press the pillow to my nose, the icy coolness of his pillowcase making me shiver before I can breathe him in. I draw it in, not smelling anything at first, but then it's there, still there. The trees and thistles, wood and leather, and something else, something you only get when you're buried in his neck. Heat swirls low in my belly, and I sit down on the bed, weak. It's cold in here, dark and dusty. The fireplace is black from years of ash, and even though he didn't take anything that I would notice, it feels abandoned. Walking over to the far wall, I stand at the picture below and stare into the woods, the snowy landscape beautiful and peaceful. I'm still angry, and if he walked through the door right now and wanted to make amends, I'd probably roll over and lap up any scraps he wanted to offer. He would win. He's winning right now. It's been a week, and I'm right back where I was when I first came here, making myself unhappy because I'm only worth anything if someone wants to love me. Just like with them. The tears that have been perpetually burning at the backs of my eyes for the last week dry, and I draw in a long, deep breath, releasing everything and the weight on my shoulders along with it. I'm bigger than this. I want to live. Spinning around, I leave the room and close the door, taking one last look at his space before I do. Then I head downstairs and into the shop, turning the music the guys are listening to up as I get started on the armoire. Noah smiles at me, I pull on my goggles, and we all get to work. Chapter 29. Tiernan. Twisting the handle, I rev the engine, the back tire skidding under me and making a half moon in the snow. I sit down, lock my boots on the pedals, and speed off, racing up the salted driveway as the dark clouds hang overhead. I love this weather. It's in the 20s, and while December and January were painful, it didn't take long to toughen me up. I barely wear a coat outside these days. I'm not even sure what day it is, only that it's February, I think. I pull to a stop at the shop door and take off my helmet, hanging it on the handlebar as I climb off the bike. I love it, I tell Jake. Want one? I smile, watching him wipe the grease off his hands. Maybe something street legal instead. He shakes his head, and I lean on the washing machine, kicking off my boots. The cuff of my beautiful Aran Island sweater is unraveling, a wool string hanging over my hand, but it only feels good because I know my clothes have now been lived in, worn for hours and days doing things I love. 5 pieces of furniture sit around the shop, 2 end tables, a headboard, another chest, and the wardrobe. I would have finished more in the last couple of months, but I completed all my coursework already, got my college applications done, and tried a ton of new recipes, using our perishable food while it was still good. It'll still be at least 8 weeks before I can taste a fresh, crisp apple, though. I can't wait to get to town. But then some days, I hope the snow never melts. There's dirt under my nails, and I never need makeup because I'm outside every day, earning my rosy cheeks. Jake tosses the rag down and looks at me. It doesn't have to be street legal, he tells me. if you keep it here." I meet his eyes, but then bend over to scoop the clothes out of the dryer. "For when you visit, I mean." I nod, but I don't look at him again. I know what he wants. He'd love for me to stay, but he'll settle for an assurance that this is home base when I'm on school breaks. He's assuming I've calmed down, and I'll stay through the summer. I can't, though. I might be the reason Caleb hasn't come home. Maybe he will once I'm gone. Without responding, I put the clean clothes on top of the dryer, toss in the wet ones, and jog up the stairs into the house. Blowing into my hands, I rub them together as the heat of the fireplace warms the area. Guilt pricks at me as I refresh the dog's food and water. I don't want to ignore Jake's request, but I have 2 months yet, at least. I don't have to dread leaving them yet. Of course, it seems like yesterday that I said the same thing in December. Heading through the living room, I climb the stairs, but the front door opens behind me, and I look over my shoulder, seeing Noah step in. He kicks his boots of the snow and whips off his hat and work gloves. He looks up, and my eyes meet his. He smiles like a devil, and my heart skips a beat. No. I gasp and bolt up the stairs, hearing his footfalls behind me, charging my ass. I squeal, grabbing his arm as he passes me, both of us stumbling and laughing as we race for the shower. "I'm first!" I shout. We both scramble for the bathroom, slamming into the door and falling inside. I tumble to the floor and he follows, grabbing my legs to stop me from standing up. I kick him, screaming and laughing, and reach up for the sink, pulling myself up. I dart for the shower, but he stands up, locking me in and pressing his body into mine. My stomach shakes, feeling his heat and breath surround me, and in a moment, everything quiets. The laughing stops. He hovers over me, his chest rising and falling against mine, and I can smell the fire on his clothes from the burning he did outside. His dick rubs me through my clothes, and I shift. "You can go first," I say. "You need to take care of something, it seems." I try to step to the side, but he stops me. "You need to take care of something, you mean." He stares down at me, and I can feel the heat rolling off him. All that's standing in his way is me. "Do you love him?" he asks. "Because if you don't, then come in the shower with me, because my body is screaming." I remain still. Maybe I should. It would feel good. Caleb is staying away for a reason, after all. He's either trying to outlast my departure, so he doesn't have to see me, or he knows he can't expect to come back at this point and find me untouched in his long absence, especially in a house with men I've already been with. Everyone wants this to happen. As he leans in, though, I plant my hands on his chest. No. I shake my head, keeping him back. "You love him?" he asks. I don't know. I frown. "I don't love you, though. Not like that." Noah needs his brother a lot more than he needs me. I don't want to be in the middle. "Don't use all the hot water," I say, and I leave the room. Heading downstairs, I go for the kitchen to check the stew in the crock pot, but a faint yell hits my ears, and I look up, seeing Jake on the phone. "If you don't put her on the phone, I swear I will have her airlifted out of there." "Jesus fuck," Jake growls, pulling the receiver away from his ear and glaring at me. "Tiernan." He tosses me the phone, holding his coffee in his other hand. "I don't want that woman calling here anymore," he tells me. "Answer your phone." Huh? I hold the phone to my ear. "That woman?" Mirai repeats in disdain. "What does that mean? He's a barbarian." Hey, she snips, suddenly realizing I'm on the line. "Happy holidays, Tiernan." I wince. "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry." We've been sticking to email and texting for the last 10 weeks, and even though she's called, I haven't answered. I didn't feel like conversation. With texting, we can state our business quickly without trying to make up shit to talk about. "Tiernan." "I'm really sorry," I tell her again. "I've just been living your life. She finishes for me. I get it. You're not getting rid of me though, okay? I know. I lean on the island as Jake hangs back, looking in the fridge and trying to look like he's not eavesdropping. You got my present, right? She lets out a laugh. Yes, very generous. You saying I need a vacation? Or an affair, I tease. A raging, hot, and mad affair with a man. Or men. Jake turns his head, looking at me over his shoulder. I bought Mirai a trip to Fiji, her and a +1. What do you know? Mirai laughs again. Is she hot? Jake whispers to me. I glance at him, the aggravation on his face suddenly gone. I roll my eyes. So, are you happy? She asks. Noah turns on music upstairs, and Jake lifts the lid of my stew, dipping his spoon in for a sample. Tonight, they're making me watch Starship Troopers for the first time. I'm warm, well-fed, and loved. There's nothing I need that's missing. But still, I drop my eyes. Almost, I murmur. We talk for a bit, and she lets me know that Mr. Izuola contacted her about the gossip rag, and they got the newspaper to print a retraction, as well as fire the reporter. Hopefully it sets an example that I'm not interested in tolerating rumors about my parents for the rest of my life. After we hang up, I check on the dinner, adding the potatoes in I peeled this morning. Washing my hands, I stare out the window, seeing how the snow around the driveway has started to slush. We still have more storms coming, but the past few days have been a nice reprieve from the bitter temperatures. I lean in, peering up at what I can see of the sky. The clouds look heavy. More snow on the way. I feel Jake behind me, and I look back, seeing him gazing out the window as well. He looks down, something intimate in how his eyes drop to my mouth. He takes a step back. Sorry. It's okay. We haven't been together since before the fire. I've been sleeping alone since Caleb left. I dry my hands as he takes a sip of coffee. Another storm's coming, he says. I nod, staring past the trees. It's starting to get dark. Has he ever been gone this long? I hate that I asked, but I've wanted to ask every day. It's been over 2 months. Has he ever missed Christmas? Does he ever stay in this long? No, Jake finally answers. Aren't you worried? He pauses, his voice quiet as he explains. I'm not taking you that deep into the woods in the winter, and we can't leave you here alone. If he isn't back by the time you leave, then I'll go in. By the time I leave, for the first time it hits me. I may not see Caleb again. Tiernan, I want you to take Noah with you when you leave here, Jake says. I turn. What about you? He's relenting? Noah's desperate to leave. When did he finally come to terms with it? And Caleb's gone. If I take Noah, then Jake will be alone. He simply looks down at me, a resigned half-smile playing on his lips. I'll be okay. I blink away the burn in my eyes. I don't want Jake to be alone here. If Caleb has survived in there this long, he may never return. Picturing Jake alone this time next winter, it aches. I reach up on my tiptoes and wrap my arms around him, feeling his hands reach around me too. Holding his head, I bury my nose in his cheek, a sob lodged in my throat. I open my mouth, nearly going for his. I want to kiss him. I want to take care of him and give him love, because he's going to die up here, never sharing his life with anyone. I can make him feel good. His mouth hovers over mine, and I know he wants it. His fingers dig into my waist. But the hair at the back of his scalp is too short. It scratches my hand, not like Caleb's soft black hair. Slowly, I drop my arms, and he pulls me in, hugging me instead. I wrap my arms around him and close my eyes. I can't leave him alone. Either Noah stays or Jake comes too, or I don't know. I wander back upstairs alone. What's going to happen when the roads open in 8 or so weeks? It's not much time. Is this how it ends? Standing at the bottom of Caleb's stairs, I look up at his door. I haven't opened it since December. No one has, but nothing has changed, I'm sure. Still cold, but probably a little dustier. I climb the stairs. The faint light out of the window casts the room in twilight, and I close the door behind me, rubbing my arms against the chill. I walk over to the fireplace and take a couple logs, laying them inside with some kindling. Swiping a match on the mantel, I light the fire and watch as the flames grow, warmth and light immediately drifting toward me. The soft glow flickers across the floor, and I take the match, lighting a few candles he has set on the mantel and one by his bed. Caleb has candles. Heh. I flip on his old iPod dock, an Amber Run song starting to play as I walk over to the bed and fan out the blanket and sheet, freshening them up. I fall on top, lying down and staring up at the ceiling as I reach around and caress my cheek, like he did when he carried me to his bed. My heart aches. I close my eyes, tears hanging at the corners. Mine. He's mine. He should have stayed and fought with me. I lie for a while, staring off and letting my mind wander. The room darkens as the sun sets, but it warms with the fire, and I don't know where the time goes, but finally I hear a knock on the door. Tiernan? I blink, wanting to be left alone, but I sit up. Yes? Dinner time, Noah says. He must have searched everywhere before finally realizing where I was. I'll be down later, I tell him. I'm tired. I don't even look at the clock, but it has to be around 6. I don't feel like a movie tonight. There's silence on the other side of the door, but after a few moments, the stairs creak with Noah's footsteps. I roll over and bury my face in the pillow. But I feel something hard and move my hand, gripping the object inside the case. What is that? I lift my head up and reach inside, pulling it out. I hold a worn, brown, hardback book and peer at it in the dim candlelight, flipping it over to read the spine. Don Quixote, Volume 2. I smile and sit up, shaking my head. He's such a surprise. He reads. Of course, his shelves to my right are filled with books, but I kind of thought they might have been stored here, and he was too lazy to move them over the years. Sitting cross-legged, I pull the book into my lap and fan through it, the smell of the old paper, tinged yellow, wafting over me. I open it to the middle, hearing the spine crack. I almost laugh. I thought so. Although aged, it's not broken in. He's not reading this. So why is it in his bed? I let the pages fan closed, but spot something right as the book goes to close. I catch it, opening up the cover again and bringing it closer to read the black writing. It's funny how women come to me so easily now. It reads, they used to say that I was stupid in school. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I narrow my eyes, making out the scratchy handwriting inside the cover. I am stupid, but they sure like to fuck me. A lump lodges in my throat, and my breathing turns shallow. Caleb? Hurriedly, I flip through the pages again, checking inside the back cover, but I don't see any more writing, and I sit there, excited and shocked. Are these Caleb's words? I jerk my head to the bookshelf, the mountain of texts strewn about, stacked in the shelves and overflowing. Jumping out of bed, I rush over, picking up a book. Any book. Drawings of a cabin line the flyleaf at the beginning of the book, and I flip to the back, my heart about stopping when I see more handwriting. Deep. I always want to be there. I hate it here. I want to be there, in the valley where the river creeps and the wind rushes me, surrounded by the creeks. It smells like deep, tastes like deep. I want the world to be smaller. I hate it here. I barely notice the tears spilling as I pull books from the shelves, frantically searching for more. He doesn't read the books, he's writing in them. After sifting through a few empty ones, I find another with scribbles and markings carved into the paper so deep it's like he sliced the page with his pen. Fuck, he writes. Fuck. And more scribbles, violent and dark as if the page is hemorrhaging ink. When did he write this? What had happened? I open another text. Saw her smile today. I like having a girl around. I read it 5 more times, searching for more on the pages, but there's nothing else. No dates. Is he talking about me or... You only yell at me now, he writes in another. I know it's my fault. I know I can't speak. I can. I just can't. I'm not here. This is all I have and all I am. I can't. I'm not here. I notice the bookmark he'd placed there. I flip it over and see a picture of Jake with the boys. Noah can't be more than 5 as he sits on a dirt bike, his dad behind him. Caleb is around 6, his hair much longer as he stands off to the side, staring off. He's always somewhere else. I dig more books from the shelf, finding one with scratched out marks over most of the writing, but I can still read it. Mr. Robson asked us what we wanted to be today. I had so many answers. Was Robson a teacher? I want to be outside, he goes on. I want to be in a tree. I want to be wet. I want to be on the forest floor as the rain hits the leaves above. I like that sound. I want to be warm. I want to hold something. I want to talk to my dad. I want to be tired so I can sleep more. And I want to walk. I want to be in love. I want to be safe. I want to be over. I want things in my head to be gone. But then all of that is scribbled over, leaving one simple line. I want to be everything she sees. I stare at the handwriting. She? I shake my head, more to myself. There's no dates on any of these. Nothing is filed in a discernible order. Some things are printed in block letters, others in cursive. Some of the cursive is 3rd grade. Some comes from a man. There's years of musings on these flyleaves, and he hid them here because he knew no one would open these old tattered books. He writes everything he couldn't say. You knew me a long time ago. You know you don't know me now. Trying to teach me signing like I can't talk. I stay silent because I want you to leave me alone. Signing won't help. I grab another book, separating the ones I already read in a pile. Saw some wolves take down a doe today. I should have shot the fawn. It won't last the winter without her. It's out there fucking starving now. I should have fucking... I'll find it tomorrow and shoot it. Noah doesn't say anything, does he? When I always need the windows down in the car, even in the winter, because it's so hard to breathe. I like Noah. He lets me be. He lets everyone be, and doesn't need to understand everything. He doesn't have questions all the time. He can just let it be. I dry my eyes and wet my dry lips, snatching up another book. No one knows why he needs the windows down in the car. Saw her smile again today. She turned her face toward the sky and closed her eyes. I kind of get it. Like I don't need to fucking talk all the time. She doesn't need to open her eyes to see the peak. She likes it here. I can tell by her smile when she doesn't know anyone sees her. Needles prick my throat, and my vision blurs again. She always exhales when she does that, like she's been holding her breath. That's me. I know he's talking about me. Found candy in the trash and kale on my pizza. She's fucking weird. I laugh through my tears. God, she feels good. She looks like she'd be pudding in your fist. Soft. Too soft. It was so good, though. Those seconds on the car that she let me bury my face in her body. Her skin is like water. I want her smell in my bed and in my hair, and never far away from me. I envision him up here all those nights alone, scribbling away in the books, all those nights wasted. Maybe he wrote this before he saw me come out of his father's room. We both could have done things so much differently. Slut. Why can't I fucking leave? It's time to go in. I've been here too long. That fucking slut. That stupid slut. Go in. Deeper into the mountains, he means. It's where he runs when everything hurts. Tiernan. Another book reads, but that's it. Just my name. I flip to the back and take a breath, sing more. They're such deep sleepers. They don't hear you at night. Just me. When I touched your face, you quieted. When I tried to leave, the nightmare started again, so I stayed. I come in every night. You tuck your cold feet between my legs, and I hug you to me, resting my hand on your back and feeling your body calm as it nestles into me. Do I make you feel safe? I like taking care of you. I stare at the text. How did I not know that? How long was he coming in? Even when we fought? I know you're scared of me, and I know it's my fault. Cece trying to slap me in the cave that day because I didn't want her, and instead falling into my shoulder and bloodying her own damn nose, ended up being the least of your worries. I did horrible things to you all on my own. I hate that I never did anything to get you to love me. You'll never love me. I clench my teeth, struggling to see past the tears. You make me shake. My hands shook at the tree with you today, and I don't understand what it is or why it's happening. I just feel it. I never want you to walk too far away from me. The tree. In December, when we cut branches for the decorations, he wrote this after we made love in the barn. You scare me. I scare you. Don't let me hurt you anymore. Why can't I stop wanting to hurt you? Just fuck them, okay? Keep fucking them so I won't want you so damn much. I'm a mess because wanting you feels good, and I don't know what to do when things feel good. Everything is a mess, and I'll make a mess of all of it, but I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you. I exhale what little air I'm holding. He's killing me. All this time I pushed it away, trying to survive and act like I could win. But he's right. It's a mess, and we're a mess. But I always knew that if he walked through the door and said anything to me, or communicated in any way, I'd melt. All I've ever wanted was one glimpse into his head. I stand back, taking in the shelves and the dozens of books still waiting for me. Not once, so far, has he mentioned his mother. He doesn't care. The pages are filled with what he loves. I'm not leaving Jake here alone. I'm not leaving without Caleb and me having it out. I'm not taking Noah without them saying goodbye. I want him home. I don't know how much time I spend looking through more books and rereading parts I loved, but the house is dark and silent when I finally leave his room and come down the stairs. I missed the movie, but it's okay. I'm glad Jake is asleep. I slip into Noah's room, hearing the faint sound of his music, and walk over to his bed, jostling him awake. What? He groans and turns over, wiping the sleep from his eyes. I lean down. Let's go get Caleb. Chapter 30. Tiernan. It's 18 degrees, I tell Noah, exhaling inside my jacket to soak up the warmth. I look up at the overcast sky. Those clouds are less than 6,000 feet. We've got to move. Snow swirls in the wind around us, but it's only the beginning. A storm is coming. I slip on my goggles and tighten the hood of my coat, following him through the snow in my boots and waterproof pants as he heads north. After I got him out of bed last night, we loaded up the snowmobiles, packed on our gear, and headed out while the weather was still good. Once the sun rose, the chill was bearable, but now the clouds are rolling in and I fucking misjudged that the storm wouldn't turn. It did. Jake will be pissed. I left him a note on the table, letting him know we were heading deeper into the woods to the fishing cabin. Of course, there's no guarantee Caleb is there, but it's the likeliest choice. I don't care if Jake follows us. I only refrained from waking him because I knew he'd stop us. Noah pulls to a stop ahead of me, the flakes growing thicker as they whip across our faces. He looks at the map, removing his goggles and wiping his eyes. "I thought you knew the way," I tell him, stopping at his side. "Just give me a break." He turns the map around and searches the terrain. "I've been up here 5 times in my life, all before the age of 12. Caleb and Dad like it up here, not me." Great. I shake my head. Taking the laminated document from him, I scan Jake's sketch. He mapped the area years ago, marking his own landmarks, ponds, streams, caves, things that were recognizable to him. To me, it's Chinese, though. The mountains and trees on the map all look the same as I scan the area around us. I shove it back at Noah, letting out a hard sigh. Don't we have GPS thingies now? Something that taps into a satellite? I curl my toes in my boots, my legs shaking a little. I take a step, sinking knee-deep into the snow as I do a 360 and look around me. The tree boughs sparkle in white, bunches of pine cones hanging from the branches, and I spot a narrow ravine to the left. I pull out my water bottle from my pack, both of us loaded down with everything we could carry when we finally had to abandon the snowmobiles due to the terrain. We've been on foot since 8 this morning, our rifles strapped to our bags. I look up at the clouds again, unable to even locate the sun. It must be around 2 in the afternoon, though. Caleb said it was in the valley, I tell Noah, where the river creeps and the wind rushes. Caleb said? I glance at him, mumbling. I found a journal, of sorts. He stares at me for a moment and then fixes his gaze out on the horizon of the lonely white forest. Valley with a river, he murmurs to himself. Studying the map again, he chews his chapped lip, looking confused. I have no idea, he blurts out. I don't see that here. Did he say anything else? Surrounded by the creeks? I tell him, unsure if I read that correctly in the book. Not a creek. Creaks, like the sound. Noah straightens, staring off as the wheels turn in his head. I move in front of him, giving my back to the wind. Fuck, it's cold. What? I ask him. He blinks. It was like a flue, he says, like a chimney flue. The glen was small and closed by rock walls and trees. When the wind would blow in, it would rush through and out, sounding like a chimney flue. He lifts his chin, his shoulders relaxing as he exhales. Thunder cracks overhead, and I glance to the sky, hugging myself. And the snow from the peak would melt and come down in a waterfall that we couldn't see beyond the walls of the glen, but the flow forked into 2 streams. He finally remembers. One feeds where we fish, the other... He meets my eyes. I know where he is. I close my eyes. Thank God. Without another word, he darts to the left, near the ravine, and pulls off his hood, leaving him in his black ski cap to see better. He takes my hand as we stumble and slide down the hill. The sky bellows again, and wind sweeps through the narrow valley, flakes stinging my face as they hit. I pull my warmer up over my mouth and nose, seeing lightning strike across the sky. I whip around, worried. Shit, Noah exclaims, pulling me faster. Come on! We trail as fast as we can through the deep snow, but my muscles are burning and my fingers are frozen through my gloves. I fist my hands. The wind rushes, trapped between 2 mountains, and all I can hear is my pulse in my ears. How much farther? I shout. I have no idea, Noah tells me, pointing to the line of snow between the trees. We just follow this. A shot of lightning strikes suddenly, hitting a spruce on the incline above us, and I scream. Noah falls, startled, and I lean over to grab him. Noah! I grit my teeth, using every muscle I have to lift him out of the snow. He pulls his hood back up and grabs hold of me, hugging me to keep me warm. It's only going to get worse, he says. We need to pitch a tent and wait this out. We're not pitching a tent with metal rods on a mountain in a lightning storm, I tell him, backing away. Let's go. I lead the way, taking us through the valley and climbing over snow-covered boulders toward Caleb. I hum to myself, squeezing my fists to keep the blood flowing, knowing each step brings us closer to the cabin. I'm worried he's not okay. It's been so long. I'm also worried I'll want to kill him for disappearing like this. How dare he just live up here like nothing matters? I don't care if we fight. I'm actually looking forward to it, just as long as he's there and just as long as he's breathing. Pebbles hit my hood, the tap against the fabric sporadic but hard. I tip my face up, bullets of ice belting my cheeks. I dip my head back down, crouching under the onslaught. Sleet! You've got to be fucking kidding me, Noah growls. He takes my hand and we run, seeing a cave ahead. Racing toward the entrance, we dive inside, out of the wind, snow, and ice, and I pull my hood off and my warmer down, wiping off my face with my gloved hand. You okay? Noah asks. Yeah. My face burns, and I'm afraid to look at it. I can just hear Jake now. Why would you do something so stupid? And he'd be right. This was dumb. I'd probably still do it again, though. Noah shivers, shaking out his coat and blowing into his hands. I thought you grew up here, I tease. Shut up. I smile. Tenderfoot. I go to take off my pack, but then I look up, feeling snow still falling on my face. Light enters above us, and I look to my right, seeing more light ahead. This isn't a cave, it's a tunnel. Walking toward the exit, I clutch the straps of my pack and step into the open, pulling my hood up again. Snow falls, the wind sweeps through, and I feel the tiny taps of sleet hitting my jacket, but it's calmer than on the other side of the wall. Much calmer. Trees loom over us, clusters of firs and spruces dressed with snow, and I hear the water. Rock walls surrounded the glen, which is about half the size of a football field. The only entrance I see is the one we just came through. The area is shielded by rocks and trees, but the weather still swoops in from above, open to the sky and bringing in the cold snow and wind, albeit not as fierce. Looking up, I see the cabin on the hill. Oh, thank you, God! Noah cries out behind me. My heart leaps and I close my eyes, smiling. Caleb! Noah shouts. He runs and I race after him, up the small hill and toward the cabin. I let my pack fall off me and I drag it up onto the small porch. Noah drops his too, our rifles strapped to the packs and both of us kicking our snow-caked boots against the little house. At least I'm not going to die now, he grumbles, because if I'd gotten you killed, they would have killed me. I laugh, leaving my pack and throwing open the door. Caleb, I call, entering the house. But even before I can get my bearings, my smile falls. He's not here. Liquid heat pumps through my body, and I don't think I breathe. Jake was right when he said this place wasn't for me. It's one room with a stove, a fireplace, and 2 beds. There are 3 windows, no other doors, and no bathroom. It's a place to cook and sleep when they fish, nothing more. The wet air permeates, and I look around, grasping onto anything to give me hope this wasn't all for nothing. He's not here, Noah says, squeezing past me. Has he been, though? I ask. He could be out hunting. He walks to the stove, picking up a pot. From here, I can see the remnants of something inside it. It's frozen, He shakes his head. He was here, I think. The dishes aren't dusty, so they've been washed recently, but it's been a couple days at least. Walking over to the rumpled bed, I lift the sheet to my nose. The cold and the cabin are the only scents I find, though. Where else would he go? I drop the sheet. Could he be heading back to the house and we missed him? He wouldn't have left these guns. Noah pulls out a rifle, and I see others tucked in the corner. The guns. You left yourself unprotected. Noah's words come back to me, and I walk over, seeing 3 rifles standing in the corner, one I know Caleb uses a lot. If he's out, he would have it. Why doesn't he have it? I back away, a sob lodged in my throat. Where the fuck is he? The dishes, the dirty pot, the guns. He was here. Where did he go and when? I breathe hard, unable to control where my fears are going as tears fill my eyes. Noah approaches, taking my shoulders. Let's take it slow. We don't know anything. I twist away from him, though, pulling one of the rifles out of the corner and checking to make sure it's loaded. Thunder cracks outside again, and snow pummels the windows. Let's go, I tell him. We're not going out in this again. Noah! I whip around to face him. He wouldn't be out there willingly in this. He could be injured or... If you go out there, you're dead, he growls. And then I'm dead, because I'll have to follow you, and I know almost less than you do about surviving up here. I'm putting my foot down. We wait out the storm. He's right. I know he's right. But is he serious? I can't sit here all night. How can he? I look at the door. What if a wolf or a bear got to him? What if he's cold and dying? A tear spills over as my feet itch to run. What if he died out there months ago, his bones rotting in the snow? I debate making a run for it. Don't even think about it, Noah bites out as he takes off his coat and starts the fire in the stove. I will tie you up, Tiernan, I swear to God. And I close my eyes before planting myself at the window for the rest of the night, watching for Caleb. I yawn, my eyelids heavy and my arms like 10-ton weights. I put my hand on the anchor over my waist and realize it's Noah's arm as he spoons me in one of the beds. I blink the sleep away, nestled into his body and still dressed in my jeans, sweater, and wool socks. Hey, he says in a sleepy voice. I turn my head. Is it over? The storm? Yeah. He tightens his hold on me. Listen. I train my ears, hearing the steady drops hit the windows and tin roof, clanking against the wind chime dangling off the front porch. It's a different sound than snow. Oh my God. It's raining? Right? He jokes. But the wind is gone, as well as the rocks of sleet that hit the small house last night. Rain, not snow, which means it's not as cold. Will rain make the snow slippery, though? I ask. Noah rises and lets out a loud yawn. It probably means we didn't get much snow, actually. He leaves the bed and pulls on his shirt, and I sit up, tucking my hair behind my ears. How can he only be in his jeans? The fire helped, but it was still cold in here last night. He slips on his jacket and tosses me some granola we packed before grabbing a rod. Stay in bed, eat, and hydrate, he says. I'll go catch some breakfast and then we'll head out. I stiffen. We're not going home. He opens the door, looking so tired. I mean head out to find him, babe. I relax, relieved. Hey, I call. He turns and looks at me. Be careful. His eyes soften, and he gives me that smile. Then he closes the door and leaves. The river runs behind the house, so he probably won't go far, and I take the opportunity while he's gone to go outside and relieve myself, melt some snow to wash up, and eat and hydrate like I'm told. Putting on an extra pair of socks, I change my sweater and tie my hair up into a ponytail. I actually slept well because Noah kept me warm, but I think he insisted we share a bed because he was afraid I'd bolt in the middle of the night to find Caleb. I'm glad I didn't try. Coming up here with just Noah was stupid enough. Going out alone would be suicide. After washing the dishes we used and checking my boots by the fire to make sure they're dry, I grab my pack to do a supply check. But I see something move outside the window and stop. I look up, squinting. Dropping the pack, I walk over to the door and carefully twist the handle, opening it gently. Calming my breathing, I peer out into the rain, opening the door wider and wider, cringing when the hinges creak, but I don't want to scare it off. I step out onto the porch, water spilling over the roof to the ground as the buck stands like a statue in front of me. My chest swells. Wow. His antlers stretch like a giant U over his head, splintering off into smaller branches as his large brown eyes stare at me like he's waiting for something. The rain falls around us, his hooves buried in the snow, and I falter, feeling my gun behind me in the house. Jake would tell me to shoot him. We're here without much food, and who knows if we'll get snowed in tonight or tomorrow. I shouldn't balk at meat where I can get it. He'd be right. I throw my arms out, though, and yell, "Go!" He darts off, past me, and I follow him with my eyes to make sure he gets away before Noah can see him. And then I spot something and freeze, locking eyes on Caleb in the brush as he points his rifle at the white tail. My mouth falls open. Caleb. I faintly hear the deer's trot disappear as Caleb's rifle stops at me, no longer following the animal as he peers through the scope. He lifts his head, steam billowing into the air from his mouth. I blink to make sure I'm actually seeing him and not some hallucination. He wears a dark gray hoodie, black ski cap, and his jaw is covered with scruff. He stares at me, his arms falling to his sides, and his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. Absently, I step down the wet steps in my socks as he walks slowly toward me. "Hi," I say. He stands there, and I'm not sure what to do. We found him. He's fine, I think. I scan his body, making sure he hasn't lost weight or isn't injured. Where the hell was he all night? I don't even care, though. His beautiful eyes, his cheekbones, his mouth and tanned neck that I know will be warm. Of course, he would have a tan in the winter. I swallow. Noah's downstream, looking for breakfast. I say in a low voice. "We were worried about you." He inches forward, and I drop my eyes to his ankles, seeing his jeans are soaked from the knees down. "You missed Christmas," I say. Tears lodge in my throat. I'm desperate for him to talk, to want me like he did that night of the fire with Noah and that afternoon in the barn. Most of all, I just want to see him. I chew my lip. "Can you come home?" I whisper. "Just come home. Let's start over and be friends. It'll be nice, you'll be nice, and you don't have to talk. We'll laugh and work and go for walks, and you can show me how to use the bow and arrow and—" He rushes me, wrapping his arms around me, and only a whimper escapes before his mouth is on mine. The world spins and euphoria washes over me. He kisses me deep, his tongue dipping in and making my body scream from my head down to my toes. I circle his neck and kiss him back, too fucking high to go slow, because I'm starving. "I love you, Caleb," I cry quietly. "I love you." He drops his rifle and carries me into the house, kicking the door closed behind us. We bite and kiss, coming back for more and more, and I pull off his sweatshirt and he kicks off his boots. I throw off my sweater and peel off my socks as he unfastens my jeans, our lips never leaving each other. Let's not be friends. Let's fight and laugh and make babies someday and go insane because I'm fucking in love with you. He pulls away and lifts up my arm, inspecting the small piece of raised skin barely noticeable. "It's okay," I assure him. "You stitched me up well." I was injured the last time he saw me. Just a faint scar remains now. He breathes hard, but his shoulders relax in relief. Taking my head in his hands, he kisses me hard. No tongue, just fierce and strong and possessive. He missed me. We fall on the bed, his hair longer and hanging in his eyes, as we get rid of our clothes, and he settles between my thighs, already hot and hard. I hold his head in the crook of my neck, running my hands all over his body. He slips inside me, and I wrap my arms tightly around him, afraid to let him go too far from me again. Forehead to forehead, he looks down into my eyes. "There's been no one since you," I whisper. Maybe he doesn't need to hear it, but I want him to know. He kisses my mouth, my nose, and my cheeks, thrusting his hips between my legs, and I can't let him go. I don't want to ever let him go. Not in April when the snow stops, not in August when school starts, not ever. He gazes down at me, and I look up into his eyes, smiling and vaguely hearing raps on the door. "Hey," Noah hollers. "Open up." I hug Caleb as he keeps going, my eyes closing as he fills me and hits deep. The bed rocks against the wall, and I moan as Caleb fists my hair. "So you found Caleb, I guess?" Noah barks. "Come on, it's cold out here." But I'm coming, and I can't stop. I grab Caleb and kiss him hard, barely registering the sound of whatever Noah throws against the door. Chapter 31. Tiernan. I touch his face, tracing the ridge of his nose, down to the dip above his lip, and then over his mouth. His eyes are closed, but I know he's not sleeping as he holds me to him in the bed. Noah sleeps across the room, and I'm not sure what time it is, but I know it's early morning. Rain still taps the roof and windows. "I love you." He didn't say it back, though. He may never say it back. Oh, the irony. 6 months ago, I ran from a life of people who wouldn't talk to me and ended up falling for a guy who may never say a word to me. I stare up at him, threading my fingers through his black hair and picturing the little boy who lost all hope that day in that car when he was 4. I drop my eyes to the thin tattoo down the back of his neck, between his ear and his spine. Credence. I'm close enough to read it now. It means belief as to the truth of something. I'm not sure I understand. And then maybe I do. If he doesn't tell me he loves me, then how do I know he does? What if I'm what he wants until the snow melts and he can have Cece or any one of the girls in town? What if I don't truly understand what's happening here, and I'm more his than he is mine? The truth is, it doesn't matter. I'm going to love him for as long as I can, because that's what makes me happy. "Can I stay with you here?" I ask him. He opens his eyes, peering down at me. Then he shakes his head, pinching his eyebrows together like that would be the worst idea ever. My pride is bruised until I choose to just believe he doesn't want me living in this hovel with no indoor plumbing. "You haven't been lonely?" I press. He just trails his fingers down my arm, and after a moment, finally nods. I lie my head on his chest, hearing Noah snore. I remember the feeling of Mirai's arms around me when I was sick. I tell Caleb. I was little, but I remember how good it felt to be held. I tighten my arms around him. And to hold something. It's probably the most peaceful moment in my life that I remember. Until I stepped into the glen, that is. It didn't register at the time because I was so caught up in where I was and seeing the cabin, but it's beautiful here. Hidden, serene, pure. His journal entries make sense now that I see it. I could do with a few more modern conveniences and maybe a few more people to talk to, but I can see why he loves it. He doesn't have to face anything here, and I get it. Sometimes we all need to hide. When the world feels small, nothing can hurt you. I caress his stomach, feeling his abs flex under my hand. You want to stay there because you're protected. For a while, anyway. I stare off, thinking about him and me, and how I hid inside myself all those years because I didn't want to be rejected anymore or hurt. But then you realize you're the only one who fits there in that small world, and being alone feels worse than not feeling safe. Avoiding the bad means you risk avoiding the good, too, and I'd rather be hurt than never not feel this. I inhale his skin. And speaking of safe, I take a deep breath and tilt my head up to look at him, changing the subject. Where the hell were you last night? Holed up in a cave? We were almost electrocuted. He smiles and flips me over, trailing kisses down my stomach. Oh no. I stop him, forcing him to look at me. Now that I have my senses about me, I'm mad at you. We were worried, really worried. Say you're sorry. He gives my tummy a peck, holding my eyes. Again. He inches up and kisses me again, a smile in his dark gaze. I'm still mad. He catches my nipple between his teeth and drags it out slowly. I gasp. You're just trying to shut me up now, I grumble, but really, heat is pooling low in my belly. Just because you like me to guess everything that's going on in your head. He dives down and starts nibbling and teasing between my legs. Okay, yes, I choke out. Now I know what's going through your head. I feel his laugh against my clit before he resumes sucking on it. The sheets are completely off me, and I look over at Noah, passed out on his stomach. Noah is right there, I mouth to Caleb. He stops and cocks an eyebrow at me. Shut up, I tell him. We weren't thinking last night. I'm well aware we've already had sex once with his brother asleep mere feet away, but I shove Caleb off and pull the sheet up over me. He can wait until we're alone. He huffs and crawls back up, lying down and tucking me under his arm. I snuggle in, reveling in his warmth. He grabs something off the counter next to the bed and shoves it at me. I hold up the paperback. What's this? I ask, reading the title. The Sirens of Titan? I look up at him, and he opens the book to where it's dog-eared. He hands it back to me, pointing. You want me to read it? I ask. He nods. I half smile. I guess he does read. And if I'm not letting him do things to my body, then he's still making me entertain him, I guess. I remain under his arm, but flip onto my back and clear my throat. Chapter 10. Jerking the wheel right, I plant my foot on the ground, letting the bike skid to a halt before speeding off again toward the house. I laugh behind my helmet, feeling Caleb right on my ass as the dogs chase him, tails wagging. We've been home for a couple weeks now, Noah and I having no trouble dragging Caleb back down the mountain. I think he knew I wouldn't be comfortable up at the other cabin, and he wasn't about to let me go anywhere he wasn't going to be. Jake plowed and salted the driveway this morning, and when his back was turned, we took the bikes. I raced to the house, my stomach doing somersaults at the wind and speed, and I brake, coming to a stop. Looking behind me, I watch as Caleb slides to a halt, the vein in that damn gorgeous neck bulging as his arms flex. I want to go back in the shower. With him and his hands and all the things his eyes and smiles whisper to me when we're alone. I haven't slept in my own bed for a single night since we got back. You two, I hear Jake bellow. I jerk my head, straightening as he barrels out of the shop. Shit. Off, he barks. Now. I park the bike and climb off, trying to hide my smile. He stalks over to us, looking at the McDougal bikes. Great, now they're dirty, he growls. I have to clean them again. No, you know what? You're cleaning them. He points to Caleb and then me too. "You're both cleaning them." "We were going to," I tell him, taking off my helmet. "You want some pancakes or something?" He cocks an eyebrow and turns around, ignoring my sudden change in subject. I throw a look at Caleb. He just shakes his head. Jake's moods have spiraled lately, and I'm worried it's my fault. Is he feeling guilty? Is he concerned for me? Is he jealous? I haven't had a chance to talk to him. Caleb and I are always together. Or Caleb makes sure we're always together. Not that I'd choose to have it any other way. I just hope he trusts that I'm well aware of who I'm in love with, and he doesn't need to worry about his father and brother around me. I jog after Jake. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "I don't think you are." He heads over to the tool bench and picks up what he needs before turning to another work in progress. He won't look at me. "I'm happy," I tell him, because I know that's what he really cares about.
"I know."
So what is it then? I stand there, feeling Caleb walk past me to the sink. He washes his hands, but I know he's watching us.
"Just don't get pregnant,"
he finally grits out.
"You're only 18.
"I know," I assure him. "I won't."
"And you're going to college."
"I will. I think." He glares at the bike he's working on, seething.
"And tell that woman,"
he bites out, closing his eyes like the mere mention of her is going to send him over the edge,
"that if she doesn't stop calling every other day just to get in my face and ruin my goddamn peace of mind with all her questions and arrogant little comebacks, that I will burn every cell phone and computer in this house so she can't ever get a hold of you again. And then I'll put up an electric fence in time for the snow to melt so she can't get on the property."
I fold my lips between my teeth, holding my breath, because my laughter is about to burst out. So that's what's wrong. Mirai calls to talk to me, but she calls way more often than is necessary, and if I don't answer, she calls his phone. The best part is, as frustrated as he sounds, he always answers. They fight every time. No one riles him up so much, not even us. I choke down my amusement and nod. I'll tell her. He throws a wrench on the workbench and picks up another. Caleb and I head into the house.
"Change that light bulb,"
Jake yells after us before we close the door. I let out a laugh, and Caleb smiles, placing a peck on my forehead. He walks to the cabinet and digs out a light bulb, winking at me as he heads for the staircase. The scent of the cinnamon rolls I put in the oven a half hour ago fills the air, and I shut off the timer, with only seconds left, and dig out the baking dish. Shutting off the oven, I set the rolls down on a cooling rack and glance over at Caleb as he hops onto the railing and then climbs onto a rafter to start scaling his way up to the chandelier. One bulb has been out for days. My heart skips a beat, watching him go higher and higher.
"Oh, that smells good,"
Noah says, entering the kitchen. I spare him a glance, but I can't take my attention off Caleb. "Be careful up there," I call out to him. I finally look away and grab a slicing knife out of the block, cutting the rolls. Noah hangs by the island, staring at me.
"So the snow's easing up a little," he says.
I add a little milk to the icing I made this morning and stir it, heating it over an open flame. "Yeah. It's only late February, though, so winter is far from over. I can't help but wish it was still November and winter was just starting."
"Is all your coursework done?"
he asks. I turn off the burner and carry the icing over to the dish, dripping it over the rolls. They're waiving my exams, but I have to write an essay and submit it with a photo journal by April 30th. I see him nod out of the corner of my eye.
"I'm going to LA this spring," he says. "I've got a meeting with a sponsor, and I want to check out the scene there. Can I stay with you?"
Stay with me? And then I remember, as if I'd actually forgotten, that I have a house there. I told them I was leaving in April, didn't I? "Yeah," I reply, barely audible. "Of course you can stay at the house.
as long as you want. I just might not be there. He may as well use the place, though. He's quiet, and I don't have the courage to look at him. I know he's worried, maybe a little angry. He deserves better. He's taken the high road through everything. He's backed off and let me be happy. But that doesn't mean he's stopped caring. Part of me misses talking to him, too. He expects differently of me, and he won't be happy with me if I decide to stay behind. Things have changed, though. Inching in, he lowers his voice as Caleb works far above us. I would fight anyone who wronged my brother, he says. I do love him, Tiernan, but this life is not for you. You're leaving with me. My chin trembles because I'm worried that he has a point. I love you, he whispers, as your cousin, as your friend, whatever. But I'm dragging you out of here because when the novelty of this wears off, you're going to miss the world. He will make you miserable. I dart my eyes up to him, the icing pouring all over one roll, and I want him to stop. How can he say that? That's his brother. His blue eyes narrow on me. He needs someone brain dead who doesn't care about dying in this town where nothing changes except the seasons, he tells me. You might not have cared before, but I know there's a whole wide world you wouldn't mind seeing now. He's too volatile, too stubborn, and he will never leave this peak, Tiernan. Ever. I look away, blinking against the stinging at the backs of my eyes. Damn you, Noah. You want more. He takes the pot out of my hand and sets it down. I know you do. Maybe I want to see and experience things and have a career and try to make the world better and leave my mark. Or maybe none of that would be worthwhile without someone to share it with. I look at Noah, always knowing in my head that in many ways he's better for me. He's my head, the part of me that tells me what I already know, what I need to hear. My heart, though, it feels everything I can't live without. I tip my head back, gazing up at Caleb as he stares down at us, having finished the light bulb. He's your number one, I hear Noah say. He's not supposed to be the one you spend your life with, right? Chapter 32. Tiernan. 2 months later. I look down at the toilet paper and see red spotting, my shoulders instantly relaxing as I let out a breath. Thank God. I laugh to myself and quickly finish up, 3 days of worry finally ending. I knew I should have gotten an implant. I've been taking my birth control, but it's not as effective as other methods, and being a teen mom is not where I want to be right now. The press and Chapel Peak would have a heyday if I came off this mountain pregnant. I'm not sure how Caleb would take it either. It's late April, the property's still covered in snow, but the days are warmer, and there are patches of grass. Jake is working on the roads now. The last 2 months since we brought Caleb home have been like a dream. After Noah got on my case that day in February, I put it all out of my mind and decided to enjoy what time we had left here. The seclusion, the peace, and the long nights. I've never slept better or been this happy. My nightmares or night terrors having stopped long ago. Caleb and I read, we all watch movies and play cards, and I taught Noah how to waltz in the living room on St. Patrick's Day. I've climbed trees, learned how to make a belt, and taught myself how to update Vanderburg Extreme's website. I've even gotten pretty good on the dirt bikes. We should be able to rejoin the world soon, though, and I've never wanted time to pass so slowly. Decisions will need to be made, and I haven't wanted this day to come. I head out of the bathroom and up to our room on the 3rd floor, hugging myself in my long-sleeved t-shirt as chills spread down my legs, bare in my sleep shorts. Mirai is coming tonight, and I've been working on making sure the house looks as clean and nice as possible so she doesn't have a reason to pick a fight with Jake. If she's able to make it up here, that is. If he can't get the roads cleared, she'll be holed up in a motel in town and have to wait it out. At least I'm not pregnant, though. and if I were, at least I wouldn't be showing yet. Caleb and I are on each other every day, sometimes more than once, and I've been lucky my birth control hasn't failed. My period being 3 days late gave me a good scare. I stop in front of the long mirror I had moved up from my room and turn sideways, running my hand over my stomach. The fitted white t-shirt is flat and smooth over my tummy, but for a few scary days I thought part of Caleb might be in there. Part of Caleb and me. I lift up my shirt, envision my belly growing with his kid, and trying to ignore the way my body warms at the thought, because I shouldn't want that. It's so cliché. Baby makes 3 and happily ever after. I'd love to have his child, though. Someday. I'd love to be his forever and see him as a father. I close my eyes, shaking my head at myself, because I know the truth. I only want his kid because I'm not sure I have him. If I got pregnant, I wouldn't have to make any decisions, because my fate would be sealed, and I'd stay. No need to stress. Pounding and thuds suddenly hit the stairs, and Noah and Caleb come rushing through the door, tumbling onto the floor and laughing. I freeze, my shirt still up and my hands still on my stomach. Their laughter dies down, and they lift their heads, looking up at me and taking me in. I quickly pull my shirt down. Caleb climbs to his feet, staring at me and not blinking, and Noah rises, standing there in limbo for a moment before he finally decides to leave. Caleb's eyes drop to my stomach. I'm not, I tell him. I was just playing around. He thins his eyes on me, and I still see uncertainty there. My period was late, I explain. I got it this morning. I was just thinking about what it would be like. I run a hand through my hair. I'm stupid. I laugh nervously, caught. I was fantasizing, and now he's probably worried I'll sabotage my birth control. But he steps over to me and places a hand on my stomach, staring at his fingers as they splay across my belly. A flutter hits me, and I almost feel dizzy. We lock eyes, and before I know it, he takes my hand and leads me down the stairs. Caleb, I protest. What is he doing? He walks me into the bathroom and opens the medicine cabinet, taking my birth control out. Turning, he looks down into my eyes, so many emotions crossing his face. He opens his mouth, and I hold my breath because it looks like he's going to speak. His breath fans across my lips, and he holds me, kissing my forehead, nose, and mouth. And then he holds my eyes and drops the pills into the trash. Caleb, no! I dive down and snatch them back out. He tries to pry them from my hand, but I keep hold. I rest my forehead against his mouth, closing my eyes and almost smiling. He wants us to have a baby. He wouldn't be mad or feel trapped at all. He wants me. That's all I wanted to know. I don't want to leave you ever, but I look up at him. We're too young. We're too much shit we've been through. We're not ready yet. He slowly tugs the pills more and more, and I struggle to keep hold of them. I love you, I whisper. We have our whole lives. He kisses me, his mouth moving stronger and deeper as he takes hold of my face with one hand and tries to pry the pills away with another. His tongue swirls like a cyclone down to my toes, and I whimper, my muscles going weak. I lose the pills, and the next second I hear them drop into the trash again. He wraps his arms around me, and I don't realize he's carrying me until he lays me on our bed upstairs. He always gets his way. Damn him. I make a mental note to go dig the pills out again before Jake burns the trash. Caleb and I stare at each other as he takes a bite of chicken and feeds me the other half of the piece. I sit in his lap at the table, trying to hide my smile, but he can't because he's grinning like we have a secret. Which we do. We're not actually trying to get pregnant, are we? I haven't dug the pills out yet,
but leaving him is the last thing I want to do. It seems nice, the idea of building a family with him. He's almost 22. He seems ready for it all. I let out a breath, eating a forkful of scrambled egg and loading up the utensil again, feeding him some. Breakfast is a hodgepodge of leftovers because we climbed back in bed this morning and I didn't have time for anything else. I guess we're technically not making a baby yet. I just started my period and I can't get pregnant for the next several days anyway. I can still go back on my pill.
Well, that's it, Jake says, strolling into the kitchen and whipping off his gloves, tossing them and his keys onto the counter. The roads are open. A bike speeds off outside, and I guess that's Noah, not wasting any time to go see his friends. I drop my eyes, though, my stomach sinking a little. I'd rather have more winter. I look at Caleb, seeing him watch me, and right now I'm half tempted to drag him into the garage, pack up the snowmobiles, and run to the fishing cabin. The snow up there will last for another month. Another blissful month of quiet.
Where's that woman sleeping tonight? Jake asks. He turns to face us with his coffee in his hand. Oh, that's right. We can't escape to the cabin anyway. Now that the roads are clear, Mirai can stay here at the house tonight. My room. I climb off Caleb and clear our empty plate. Thank you for welcoming her, I tell Jake. He looks down at me, his eyes hooded in aggravation. I'd rather have a few more months of winter. And he leaves, disappearing into the shop. Yeah, I agree. Scooping out a hefty serving of Swedish fish, I dump them in the white paper bag and close the container. I have peach rings, cinnamon bears, gourmet jelly beans, and Spencer is boxing up some chocolate-covered almond clusters for me now. I glance out the window, seeing Caleb across the street, loading some lumber into the truck bed. He's going to try his hand at carpentry by making us a headboard, and I'm going to paint it. I wish he hadn't insisted on coming to town with me. After what happened at the bar on my birthday, it's only a matter of time before the police, or the motocross guys, get a whiff of his presence in town. Some giggles go off near me, and I look over the jar of hot tamales to see a couple of young women by the retro candy collection glancing at me and whispering. They round the aisle, their eyes dropping down my clothes, and then they laugh to themselves before leaving again. I look down at myself, puzzled. I'm not dressed weird. Although I am wearing Noah's muddy old riding boots and my jeans are a little dirty from chores this morning. After Jake cleared the roads, we decided to get dressed, get our individual jobs done, and get to town. Best to rip off the Band-Aid quickly and get used to being in the world again. We met up with Noah for cheeseburgers, stocked up on gas in case another storm comes in, and hit the grocery store, loading up on all the fresh produce. Caleb went to the hardware store and I detoured for candy. I stare at my clothes. I'm not so out of place. Maybe less manicured than I was in September, but I look down at my nails, seeing the dirt underneath, and the little cuts on my hands from all the labor I've been up to over the winter. Okay, I'm not manicured at all anymore. I catch myself in the mirror on the back of a shelf, seeing the loose threads in my dark blue cable knit sweater that also has a black stain from lying too close to a fire. My hair desperately needs a trim, and I'm tan from being outside, my freckles popping like never before. I haven't worn makeup or straightened my hair in months. Mirai won't recognize me. I laugh and head to the register. My mom told me to bring home a girl like you someday, someone says. I look over, setting my bag on the counter as a young guy approaches me. Spencer weighs my bag and I study the stranger. He looks vaguely familiar. One of Noah's friends? You're their cousin, right? He asks, leaning on the glass candy case. Noah and Caleb Vanderberg? I nod, seeing Spencer hand me the candy again. I'll put it on your tab, he says. I smile. My tab. Cool. Turning my attention back to the guy, I hold out my hand. Tiernan, hey. He shakes it. Kenneth. He stares at my face. "Would you like to get some pizza?" Oh, I open my mouth to refuse, but then someone is there, pulling my hand away out of Kenneth's. I look up to see Caleb glaring down at him, the blonde guy standing up straight and drawing in a breath like he knows to back off. Caleb threads his fingers through mine and leads me away from the handsome young man, out the door and across the street. "He's just flirting," I tease. Caleb's eyebrow cocks and his lips twist to the side. "I know, right?" I joke. "It's hard work, guarding a beauty like me." He snorts and I smile as we stop at the truck. "I got you some candy worms." I dangle the bag in front of him, but he's not the least bit interested. Taking my face in his hands, he steals a kiss instead, and I revel in his smooth chin, jaw, and cheek. I love to kiss him, especially when he's clean-shaven. "Come on, we're going to be late," I tell him, reaching for the door handle. He moves to open the door for me, but stops, his eyes rising and looking over my shoulder, the color draining from his face. I follow his gaze. Cece Diggins strolls past us, her step slowing and her eyes locked on Caleb. But my stare falls to her stomach. Her pregnant stomach. My lungs empty. No. I jerk my eyes to Caleb, seeing his jaw flex and his chest rise and fall in shallow breaths. How far along is she? We've been away from town for 6 months. Unless she's carrying twins, she's farther along than that, which would mean... Is it Caleb's? I can't swallow. I can't breathe. I look over my shoulder again to see her saunter up to us. "Let me guess," she says. "You're going through the math in your head right now?" She smirks, looking between us. "We'll be in touch," she whispers to Caleb. She walks away and I blink, trying to keep the tears away. "Please." I hold my stomach because it hurts. "Not this." "Caleb?" I murmur. She was pregnant before the snow. She was pregnant well before the snow. But he says nothing, simply opening the truck door and ushering me inside quickly. He slams the door, rounds the front of the vehicle, and climbs into the driver's side, speeding off toward home. The lumber in the bed bangs against the tailgate, and the groceries spill in the back seat. I hold the handlebar above the door, staring over at him. "Did you know she was pregnant?" I asked. His knuckles turn white as he grips the steering wheel, and he won't look at me. "She's been pregnant a while. Is it yours?" Still nothing. Did he know? He seemed surprised, but maybe that's what she was upset about in the cave that day. She was pregnant and he didn't want her. Anger curdles inside me and I breathe hard. "Did you know?" I demand. "Did you know last fall?" He punches the gas, taking us across the train tracks toward the highway leading home. If it's his, Cece will be in our lives forever. She'll have his first child, not me. I'll never have that. Won't he say anything? Nod or shake his head? Why won't he do anything? I know he can. "Just let me out," I choke out, the tears threatening. "Stop the truck." He keeps driving. "Stop the truck!" I yell. Finally, he looks at me, shaking his head. "No?" I say. "No what? Talk. I know you know how. Is the baby yours?" Just communicate. Do something. But he keeps his mouth closed, and I've had enough. Sliding over, I punch the brake, stalling the truck, and he swerves the wheel as it comes to a stop. I hop out, seeing him follow. He stops me at the front of the car, coming in for me, but I back away. "No," I tell him. "No kissing, no holding. Speak, right now. Is it yours? Did you know?" He draws in quick, shallow breaths, staring at me, speechless. If he didn't know, then he could shake his head and I wouldn't hate him. We could go from there. If he knew, maybe he kept it quiet because he knew he'd be up on the mountain all winter, and maybe he didn't anticipate we'd fall in love. Maybe he thought he could run from this like he runs from everything. Just talk to me. His beautiful green gaze falls to the space between us, and there's nothing he wants to say to me. The whir of an engine grows louder, and I know it's Noah on his way home. He pulls up next to us, planting his shoes on the ground. Hey, what's going on? I give Caleb 4 more seconds, waiting for him to do or say anything. When he doesn't, I climb on the bike behind Noah and wrap my arms around him. Let's go. I bury my head in his back. Hurry. We speed off, and for the first time, Caleb doesn't pull me back to him. Chapter 33. Tiernan. I run up the stairs of the deck, breezing past my uncle and all the commotion in the shop, as I hear the truck tires grind the gravel behind me. I pick up my pace. Noah made good on his threat to put me on the website and scheduled an impromptu photo shoot with the motorcycles. I won't take good pictures today, but at least it keeps me away from Caleb. I wipe the tear from my face. What's wrong? I hear Jake ask. I don't know, Noah tells him as I hurry for the front door. She ran away from Caleb. Tiernan, my uncle shouts. Let's just do this, I call out, swinging open the door. Where's the photographer? An SUV and a Jeep sit parked in the driveway, and I know they're setting up lighting and such in the garage, but I should take a moment to compose myself. I need to get in my room, and lock the goddamn door for a few minutes. Why was he in such a hurry to toss my birth control this morning? He didn't even think about it. He didn't hesitate. It was like a light bulb went on, and the solution to a problem he'd been facing finally occurred to him. I stalk through the living room, but a hand wraps around my arm and pulls me around. I jerk out of Caleb's hold, glaring at him through watery eyes. Caleb, stop, his father orders, entering the house. Noah follows. What happened with you two? But I just stare at Caleb. This is why you wanted me pregnant, I tell him. You wanted to trap me before I found out about her. Pregnant, Jake repeats. He darts his eyes to Caleb. What did you do? Caleb's face is flushed, sweat glistens on his neck, and his eyes look pained. He's wrecked. And quiet. Always quiet. Because if he doesn't have to address any problems, then they don't exist. I barely have the strength to breathe. Even now, you won't talk to me, I say quietly. Jake inches in. Are you pregnant? No. I shake my head, my sadness turning to anger as I look at Caleb. Thank God, I spit out. Caleb steps in, hovering over me with an edge to his expression. He's mad now. Noah pulls him back. Caleb, back off her. Jake presses a hand into his chest. But Caleb throws them off, growling, and I back up, tears welling again as he swoops in and picks me up, holds my face and forces his mouth on mine. I choke down a sob, the assault of his scent reminding me how happy we were just this morning, before we came back to the world. I push him away, crying out as Noah and Jake pull him off me. I breathe hard, falling to my feet and backing up, farther away from him. Cece Diggins is pregnant, I tell Jake and Noah. Very pregnant. Caleb doesn't look at anyone but me, but I see Jake and Noah staring at me, stunned. It could be anybody's, Noah argues. Yours? No, he retorts like I'm crazy. God, no, I didn't sleep with her. Did she say it was Caleb's? Jake straightens, releasing his son. She didn't have to, I tell him, but I lock eyes with Caleb. If it's his, I might learn to live with it, even though that means living with her in our lives. If he knew about it all along, though. Say something, I tell him. Say something to me. Anything, please. Or write something then, I ask. Tell me anything. Tell me you love me. He just stands there, though, and I stop crying, my heart broken, but not. Maybe it's just not there anymore, because I draw in a deep breath, knowing someone will have his kids, but it will never be me. I can't live in another house where someone I love won't talk to me. "We're all set," I hear a woman say from the kitchen. It only takes a moment, but I blink away the tears and follow her into the shop, desperate to get away. "Let's get you ready," she chirps. I nod, pushing Caleb and Cece out of my mind. They change me into a pair of short jean shorts and a black off-the-shoulder top that shows my belly. I sit down to have my hair styled and my makeup done, Noah having accounted for everything when bringing people up here, I guess. I feel like I'm on one of my parents' movie sets. "Not too much," the blue-haired photographer tells the makeup artist. "I want natural. I want her to look like someone the average guy can get into bed with." Someone clears their throat behind us. "Kidding," the lady quickly replies, and I guess Jake is standing behind me. Then to the artist again, she says, "You catch my drift though, right? Pretty, not porno." The man with short cropped blonde hair and tattoos on his fingers nods, blending concealer under my eyes, probably to get rid of the splotchiness from my crying. The stylist fluffs my waves, sprays my hair, and I open my mouth, stretching my face, because I haven't worn makeup in so long. It's like cake on my face. Noah pulls up a stool and plops down, waggling his eyebrows at me as the stylist moves to his head next. "Keep Caleb away from me," I tell him in a low voice, but it's more a beg. "Sure," he sighs. "I was in the mood to bleed today." I give him a sad smile. We finish readying and I move, as if on autopilot. Mirai is flying in tonight, and whether or not she'll recognize me is irrelevant. She'll know things happened here, and I won't blame her for not understanding. I don't think I do myself anymore. I'm hurt, but at least I'm leaving stronger than when I came. "Noah?" the photographer named Juno calls. I straddled the dirt bike, spotting Caleb's black t-shirt off to my left by the shop doors, but I don't dare look. Noah climbs on the bike behind me, jeans and bare chest, because we're supposed to look sexy, as if this image is supposed to have any basis in reality. Motocross racers will probably laugh and pick apart our lack of proper attire and equipment, but sex sells, I'm told. So here we go. He fits behind me, placing his hands on my hips. Caleb shifts off to my left, and I think Jake steps in, stopping him. I lean back into Noah, the air hitting my bare stomach as I arch my back a little. "Not too close," someone tells Juno. "She's his cousin." Noah snorts, his chest shaking against my back. I clench my teeth. It's not funny. It's hilarious. I roll my eyes. I guess I should laugh too, or I'll cry. The cousins in this house are so much closer than they realize. My hips are the least of what Noah has touched. Before I can stop myself, my gaze flashes to Caleb. He leans against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest, and his expression more pained than I've seen it. He stares at us, at me, like something he's already lost, and he hasn't the slightest clue how to get back what he wants most in the world. All he has to do is talk, find a way to communicate. I let my eyes fall as I cock my head to the side and turn it for a candid shot, because I can't look at the camera in case I've ruined my mascara. "I love that, Tiernan," Juno coos. "You look amazing, honey." I rest my hands on my thighs, lifting my chin a little. I guess the point of this is to feature the young faces of Vanderburg Extreme, and Noah knew this wasn't Caleb's thing. I'm glad it's Noah behind me, though. He's who I'm safe with. "Look at him now," Juno tells me. My throat tightens, and I'm overwhelmed. I take some deep breaths, trying to get my head back in the game. "Look at me, Tiernan," Noah whispers. Slowly, I look up, meeting his eyes over my shoulder. The photographer snaps some shots. "We're not letting you go," he murmurs to me, so no one else can hear. "This is family." I can't help but smile. For better or worse, I'm not escaping them, am I? This is family. They won't run from me, and no matter what happens with Caleb and me, I love Jake and Noah too. They lend credence every day to what happened to me and to my need to be in this. They validated me when I had nothing. Jake was holding on to his past and punishing himself, just like me. Noah had no one to talk to, just like me. Caleb struggles to connect because of his pain of being forgotten by someone who should have loved him enough never to forget, just like me. They lend truth to the fact that I was lost, and it was okay to be hurt. We found each other, and no matter what anyone would say about what happened up here this winter, I'm the only one who needs to understand. Lean into him, Tiernan, Juno instructs. I do as she says and lean into Noah, looking up at him, a small grin I can't help but feel spreading across my lips. He winks at me. That's good. A few more snaps go off. Now, Noah, look off to the side and down. He hesitates, but finally he looks away, looking like Caleb as he stares off like the tortured hero. Oh, that's great. You both look great. I slide off the bike and climb on behind him now, spreading my knees and placing my hands on his waist. Looking good, Juno says, moving around us to take more shots. I hear someone giggle and look up to see a few more people have arrived. Racers and their girlfriends whom I vaguely remember hanging around the shop last fall. One girl stands next to Caleb and stares at him, looking nervous but smitten. I gulp. At least he's not paying her any mind. Now, Noah, off the bike, Juno says. Tiernan, I want you to lean forward and grab the handlebars. Noah, do the same thing from the other side. Straddle the front wheel and challenge each other, kind of like siblings. Noah laughs again, but follows orders. I scoot up in the seat, both feet on the ground, while Noah plants both legs on either side of the front wheel and leans into me, holding the handles. Tiernan, can you arch your back? She asks. I do, jutting out my butt a little more as the muscles in my thighs flex. More, honey. I sigh, trying to lean forward more and stick out my ass. But Noah urges me further. More, he whispers, like you've got a man behind you. I arch an eyebrow. Leave it to him to make some sexual joke right now. I dart my gaze to Caleb, seeing his eyes crinkled at the edges as he watches us. The girl has moved away a step, but she's still swooning. No short supply of women to take his mind off me once I'm gone, I guess. You ready to go to LA? I ask Noah as Juno takes our picture. I've been ready. You? He challenges. You ready to get the fuck out of this dump? I want to shoot him a look, but I don't want to lose the shot. I don't want him to be angry with you, I tell Noah, referring to Caleb. If I leave with Noah, Caleb will assume the wrong thing. If he wants to follow us and bring you back, then maybe that's what he needs to do, Noah retorts. If not, I get you to myself. Win-win. I fluff my hair and adjust my stance. You don't want me. You want to race. I'd love my family with me, though. Yeah, I can do that. I'm not letting you go, I tell him. He smiles, but then he stops, remembering himself. He glances off toward Caleb and then back to me. He's 5 seconds from rearranging my face. I could care less if Caleb is angry. Ugh, doesn't that just take the cake? Someone says somewhere by the doors. I love women in that position. All she's got to do is hold it like that. Someone chuckles, but I don't know who. I ignore them. She's carrying herself a little hotter than last fall, the same guy says. Wonder what changed. I don't know, but I'm wishing I was locked up here with her all season, the other man adds. There's a shuffle, a gasp, and then all hell breaks loose as a table topples over and shouting ensues. Caleb, Jake shouts. I shoot up, watching as Caleb throws one of the racers down on the floor of the shop and Jake rushes in to haul his son back.
Juno and the stylists rear back, out of the way, and the girls who came with the guys stumble out into the driveway. I climb off the bike, seeing Noah rush over and keep Caleb back as his dad picks up the guy off the ground. "Motherfucker!" the guy growls at Caleb, but Jake pushes him and his friend out of the shop. "Hit the road," he tells them. "Closed shoot, you little shits." Those must have been the jerks making remarks. Caleb goes after him again, but Jake is quick to catch him. "Stop," he yells. "Stop it right now." He points in his son's face, but Caleb is seething. The racers take their girls, climb on their bikes, and speed off, everyone in the shop standing around, shaken. Finally, Jake just waves them off. "All right, that's enough," he bites out. "We've got what we need." Juno nods and turns off her camera, everyone hurrying to close up shop and gather their equipment. Caleb stalks toward me, but Jake grabs him again. "No," he says. "Get in the truck. Now." He glares at Caleb, pushing him out of the shop. Caleb stumbles back, staring at me. "Now!" Jake fires at him again. I can see the vein in Caleb's neck bulging from here, and he hesitates, but he leaves, heading into the driveway. "You too," Jake orders Noah. Noah grabs his t-shirt and follows his brother out to the truck. Jake charges over to me. He stops close, keeping his voice down as much as he's capable since there's still people around. "I'm going to go deal with the sheriff, and I'm taking them to the fucking bar to sort some shit out." "A bar?" I grit out. "And I have to stay here?" "Yes." He glowers at me. "Don't leave the house or you'll be sorry." "What did I do?" I fire back. "I don't want to be stuck here all night while you're all out shopping for tail." "You'll stay here because Caleb's not going to leave you alone if I don't get him away from you," he barks, not caring who hears us now. "You haven't been separated from him for more than 2 months, and everyone needs a few hours of space. I'm doing this for you. Take a shower, calm down." I shake my head. He thinks a shower is going to solve this? I have every right to be upset. I won't calm down. He pauses, relaxing his shoulders and checking himself. "I need to talk to him, Tiernan," he says, softening his tone. "I need to make sure there isn't a warrant out for him, and we need to talk to the Diggins girl. You need to stay here. We'll be back later." And I watch as he leaves, fishing his keys out of his pocket. I stand there, even after the photographer and stylists have left, and I'm all alone in the house, knowing that Caleb and I only have one problem, and the only thing that will solve it wasn't on Jake's agenda tonight. It's something his father can't take care of for him. It has to come from Caleb. See you soon. I stare at the text from Mirai that came in 4 hours ago as she was boarding a plane at LAX. She can't come here. Caleb has no restraint. He won't care about appearances. He'll scare her, and she'll try to drag me out of here. Standing by my bed, I look down at my half-filled suitcase that I started packing when the text came in. At first, I threw in a few clothes to stay with her at the motel in town, just to keep her away from here. Then, I started packing more than I needed, and I wasn't sure why. Maybe Jake was right to take them out tonight so we could all have space. Maybe space is exactly what everyone needs right now. I could go home for a bit. There's texting, email, FaceTime. I'll stay in touch. I could say I'm taking Noah to get him settled at my house while he meets with sponsors and just take the opportunity to get some air myself, some perspective. But I stopped packing when I realized I wouldn't come back. Not unless Caleb came for me himself. Am I prepared to draw that line? Tonight? Sticking my phone in my back pocket, I head up to Caleb's room to clean out anything I'll need in the immediate future. Lightning flashes out the window as I enter his room, and I turn on the lamp. The smell of the wood, fire, and books like home now, because I've spent countless hours in this room over recent months. Picking up the tattered hardback on his bedside table, I open it to where a pencil is stuck inside,
and look at the sketch I saw him working on one night. Me in the shower, water spilling over my top half as I rinse my hair. I told him that I read some of his journal entries, and while he wasn't upset, I haven't seen him write any more since. When he does dive into the flyleafs, he just draws now. I assured him I wouldn't read more unless he wanted me to, but he doesn't feel safe. In some ways, he opened up more with me. In others, he retreated. I pick up the pencil and start writing on the opposite page. Noah said something a couple of months ago. He said you were my first, and if I followed my mother's advice, then I wasn't supposed to end up with you. Rain starts hitting the roof and lightning strikes again, followed by a roll of thunder. But at the time, in my head, you weren't the first. You were the one I should be with, because I finally liked myself, and I liked how you pushed me, because it made me push back. You made me learn how to demand, and for that, I'll always be grateful. I can't take any more than short, shallow breaths because a lump lodges in my throat. You're at the bar with them now, and I'm alone in your room, knowing I should keep packing my suitcase but not wanting to, because the highs with you are so good. I don't want it to stop. But the lows are like I'm 9 again and still waiting for them to love me. I can't keep being grateful for the scraps. I need more from him. You won't change, and the bottom line is, I won't stay. You're not my parents. You don't ignore me, but you're punishing me. You wield the only power you have, and I don't know why I thought I could get more out of you, because if you didn't talk to Noah and Jake for 17 years, why would you talk for me? Maybe it's about control, a way to dominate us. I don't know, but it hurts. I think you loved me, though, and I love you. I was yours that first night when you took me in your arms in the shop, and you didn't even know my name. It was a rough road we traveled to get here, and I knew you were the one, even then. I look up at the ceiling, listening to the storm. Caleb was rain, passion, a scream, and my hair sticking to my face as I wrapped my arms around him. Spontaneous and loud all over my skin. He was whispers too, though. Snow, firelight, and searching for his warmth between the sheets at 2 a.m. when the rest of the house is asleep. Remember the 3 L's I talked about? Lust, learn, and love? There's another one my mother didn't tell me about, and I'm not sure where it fits, but I know it's necessary. I need some time alone to hear myself. It's time to listen. My head and heart are both saying the same things. I need more from him. I stick the pencil in the book and close it, laying it on his bed before turning off the lamp. Closing the door, I head downstairs, texting my uncle on the way. I'm picking up Mirai at the airport. He just doesn't need to know I've decided to keep us at the motel in town. It's a wise choice, anyway. The peak could get snowed in again, and I don't think she and Jake need to be locked up in such close proximity. I toss some toiletries into the suitcase and close it up, carrying it downstairs. Setting it by the door, I pull on my rain boots and coat, hearing the dogs barking out in the barn. I walk over to the window and look outside. It's not like they aren't used to thunder up here. What are they barking at? The door to the stable swings open and closed in the wind, the light left on and casting a glow as the rain pours. Mud puddles dance as drops hit, and I buckle up my raincoat, heading out the shop door. I walk across the room, opening the bay door and stepping outside. Running to the stable, I squeal as water hits my jeans, and I dash inside, throwing off my hood. Danny howls as Johnny runs up to me, and I give him a quick pet, hearing Shawnee thrashing in her stall. She whinnies, jumping up and down, her hooves hitting the wooden door. What the hell? I run over, grabbing her mane and pulling her down to me. I stroke her nose. Hey, it's just rain. I chuckle, giving her a good rub. You've got to be used to storms by now. It's not the storm upsetting her, someone says. Chapter 34. Tiernan. I twist around, my heart thundering in my chest as a hooded figure steps out of the next stall. Smoke billows into the air as he drops a cigarette to the ground and grinds it out on the cement. The overhead light swings back and forth in the breeze, casting him in shadow every few moments. Who? But I stop as he slips off the hood of his jacket and I see Terrence Holcomb turn to face me. Rain has darkened his sweatshirt and glistens across his face as he looks me up and down. No. I didn't hear bikes approach. There are no vehicles outside. He arrived undetected. He snuck in here. Quickly, I glance around for anyone else and take a step back, toward the exit. We didn't invite you on the property, I bite out. No one wants to see you here. There's no one here except you, though, he says, eerily calm. You're all alone, right? Keeping my eyes locked on him, I reach over and pull a rake off the wall that I can see hanging there out of the corner of my eye, while slowly reaching behind me to pull my phone out of my back pocket. His eyes are fixed on my weapon. He chuckles, stepping toward me as I step back. At least it's not a shotgun, he jokes, and I remember Caleb and Noah armed and rushing to the pond to get me away from this guy all those months ago. It's cute how they try to protect you. They don't have to. I squeeze the long handle. Leave. What if I came just to talk to you? By lurking in our stable on a dark, rainy night? Yeah, this isn't a social visit. He either saw the Vanderbergs in town without me and seized his opportunity, or he's been here, waiting for them to leave. I retreat another step, his boot crawling heel to toe and approaching. Caleb is going to be charged over the damage he did to those bikes last November, he says. I press the power button on my phone and try to swipe in my security pattern behind my back, listening for the small click over the rain that tells me it's unlocked. And yet, you're here and not the sheriff, I point out. I try a few more times, my fingers shaking, but I finally hear the click. I'll say it was an accident, he tells me. I'll take his side and back him up. What makes you think I care? I tap the screen where I know my phone icon is located. Terrence grins knowingly. Everyone saw you two in town today, he replies. It was really a no-brainer. Women love assholes, especially the quiet ones. He was always going to have you, even if just a piece. My chest is too heavy to breathe. He tries to close the distance between us, and I retreat, the rain growing heavier outside the door behind me. You sponsor me, and I will not pursue him, Terrence proposes. I'll get the sheriff and my team to back off, and you and he can live happily ever after. You have a sponsor. I had a sponsor, he retorts. They pulled their support when Caleb destroyed the bikes. I cock my head, leveling my eyes on him. Caleb caused some damage, so he lost his sponsor? Really? He shrugs, knowing I'm not buying it. And they got wind of some other things, too, he admits. I nod. Yeah, like his clubhouse, maybe, or any one of a million shady things I'm sure he's up to, because he's a sleazebag. A reputable business doesn't want him representing them. Caleb may be fined. He'll definitely have to pay damages, but he's not getting arrested. So what do you say? He asks. I hold his eyes. He doesn't want to hear no. He came up here when he knew I'd be alone, because he's prepared to coerce me. Will he leave if I lie and agree? A ring pierces the air, my phone vibrating in my hand, and my heart stops. He bolts for me, and I throw the rake at him before spinning around and dashing for the house. I splash through puddles, rain pummeling my head, the storm heavier now, and I don't look behind me as I cry out and race through the open bay doors, into the dark shop, and up the steps to the house. Swinging the door open, I barrel inside and answer the phone, seeing Jake's name on the screen. I hold it up to my ear but see a dark form in the kitchen and stop, dropping my hand. My lungs empty. "Hello?" I hear my uncle on the other end of the phone, but I look around, my attention only on the two other men in the kitchen whom I don't know. I can't get a good look at them in the dim light. "Hello?" Jake calls out again. "Get out!" I shout, more to alert Jake than order the strange guys. My stomach churns, and I circle the island, pushing pots and pans at them to keep them back. Why would he bring backup? What is he planning? I don't want them to know someone is on the phone or they'll take it. I stick it in my pocket, leaving it connected. Terrence charges in the same way I came, breathing hard, and his blue eyes look at me, almost amused. I stare at the three of them. "Just think about it," he presses. "You'll control the purse strings, meaning you'll control me and my racing. I'm good for other things, too, when you want." I shake my head. He thinks that's where this is going? I'll support his endeavors because I'm a pathetic, rich little orphan who needs some love? I'm not romantic. He gazes at me, determination on his face. I won't be faithful, but I'll be at your beck and call. You can push me around all you want. Don't you want to be the one on top now? A boy toy is what he's proposing? Someone to use for affection without any romantic hassles, without getting my heart invested. In exchange, all I have to do is pay him. You're thinking about it, aren't you? He croons. But I straighten, never more disgusted. I know what perfect feels like. I don't want anything less. I'm thinking you remind me of my father. I grab a knife out of the butcher block. People like you hurt the soul. Tiernan de Haas. I'm a Vanderberg, I growl, correcting him and launching the knife. He dives out of the way, shielding himself, and I pluck out two more and throw those as well, the guys stumbling into the living room. I don't waste time. I run back into the shop, keeping the lights off and the bay doors open. Get her! I hear Holcomb shout. My heart leaps into my throat, and I go to make a run for it, but think better of it. If I can just get them out of the house. Slipping behind the wardrobe in the shop I'd painted months ago, I freeze, tucking my arms in tight so they don't see me. Footfalls hit the small set of stairs, and I hear shuffling on the cement floor of the shop. She can't go far, Holcomb shouts. Get her the fuck back here. I see one of the guys dash outside, and I pull myself in tighter, afraid he'll see me. But then he's gone, and the lights in the shop turns on, the other two moving around. What does he think he's going to accomplish? I guess if he gets what he wants, then he wins. If not, I can't prove he did any more than scare me. He hasn't laid a hand on me yet. I put my palm over my mouth to silence my breathing. Take the bikes, Holcomb grits out. They owe us. What about her? I'm gonna fuck that bitch, just as soon as I send her crazy-ass boyfriend to jail. He fires back. Dumb cunt is going on my wall. His wall. The scoreboard Jake warned me about. Jesus. You sure there's not a warrant out for us? The guy asks instead. I saw Jake in town earlier, heading into the station with Caleb and Noah. They can't prove that fire was us. Tools shift, cabinets open, and something slams shut. And if I can't find the fucking keys again, I'm burning down the stable this time, with the horses inside. My hands go cold as realization hits me. Fire. Keys. Jake was right. Someone started that fire in the barn. They couldn't make it out with the bikes they intended to steal that night, so they started a fire instead. This is getting out of hand, the other guy tells him. We almost died trying to get up here and back down last winter. What if that fire had spread?
They could have gotten killed." His tone grows harder. "There's no help up here if they needed it."
"I know," Terrence chuckles. "That's the beauty of it." I peer around the corner, seeing him searching the work tables and desk. The other guy faces away from me, but I see he has a dark buzz cut and rings on his fingers. Terrence spins around to look at him, and I dive back behind the armoire, spotting my bow on the tables behind me. Thunder cracks outside, and I grab it, picking it up quietly. "So what would you rather do?" Holcomb asks him. "Join the army like your dad wants you to? Or you want to race? I'm getting us our bikes and a new sponsor, and I'm not leaving without them." I stick a few arrows into the back of my jeans and load another one into the bow. "She's writing me a check, and then, maybe, I'll leave," he says, "after I turn her inside out. But you don't need to stick around for that part." "Caleb, where are you?" The bowstring creaks, and I wince, waiting to see if they noticed the sound. "Or you can stick around for that part too. But me first," he adds. I blow out a silent breath, pinch the arrow between my fingers, and get ready. "Here," he bursts out, and I hear keys jingle. "See if that works." The bikes fire to life, and I realize they found the keys to the finished projects Jake is about to ship off. I don't know where the third guy is, and a trickle of sweat glides down my back. Just leave. Take the bikes and go. Please. Just leave. "We won't get away with this," the other man says. "We will," Terrence retorts. "They were lost in the fire." "What fire?" I hear laughing, and I pause, letting his plan sink in. Holcomb is going to threaten me when he finds me. I know Caleb won't get into any serious trouble for some damage to their property, so his attempt at blackmail failed. So plan B is, if I don't comply, write him a check and give him whatever else he wants from me. He's going to take everything. He's going to set another fire. And he has 2 witnesses with him who will vouch he was anywhere else but here tonight. They'll make off with the bikes, and the fire department will never get here in time. I swallow down the bile. Jake, Caleb, and Noah built this place. This is Caleb's home, the only place he feels good outside of the fishing cabin. I almost stop and reach into my pocket for my phone again. I could call the police. But by the time I tried to alert them, Terrence Holcomb would be on me, and by the time they traced the call, he'd be done. Shooting out from behind the armoire, I pull the bowstring, drawing back my arrow, and shoot quick and sure, grazing the other guy's shoulder. He flies back, falling to the ground as the arrow stabs the wall behind him, and Terrence darts away out of the area, stunned. I round them, making my way for the steps of the house again and load another arrow, aiming for Holcomb and shooting fast. I just want them to run. Just go. He flies out of the way, crashing to the ground and shattering my end table into pieces in the process. They scramble to their feet, the other guy staring at me wide-eyed, like he suddenly realizes he made a mistake. But they don't run. Holcomb charges for me and I scream. Fuck! I dart inside the house and lock the door, racing through the living room and up the stairs. I'll lock myself in my room, call the police, and if I have to, I'll escape off the balcony. I wanted to stop him from burning down the place, but not at the risk of him hurting me. He's fucking insane. I stumble on the stairs, my shin slamming against a step. I cry out, but then a couple of pounds hit the door downstairs, and I hear wood splinter as it flies open, hitting the refrigerator. I stop breathing. Climbing to my feet, I dig in my heels and run to the second floor, hearing footfalls on the stairs behind me. I bypass my door and keep going, tearing up Caleb's stairs and swinging the door closed behind me, locking it. I back away from the door, pulling out another arrow, but I trip over my shoe and fall to the ground, catching myself on my hands. Scurrying farther away, I knock the arrow, hearing his steps ascend the stairs, and I pull back the bowstring as he kicks open the door. I fire. His shoulder jerks backward, and I hop to my feet, plucking the last arrow out of my jeans. But before I can fit it, I watch as he stumbles, sways, and falls to his knees, the arrow pierced through his right shoulder. I exhale, my lungs and stomach screaming. More sounds hit the stairs, and I draw back the last arrow, seeing his friend fill the doorway. His worried, dark eyes fall from me to Holcomb lying on the floor. I point the arrow at him, and he straightens, holding out his hands in defense. "The army sounding like a better idea yet?" I growl. He nods, and I jerk my chin, telling him to beat it. He casts one more look at his friend, and then bolts, his footsteps disappearing down the stairs. Terrence grunts, his face twisted in pain as he tries to rise, and I see his sweatshirt soaked with blood. I shoot out my foot, kicking him to the ground. He lands on the end of the arrow sticking out of his back and howls as I point my last one at him. I need to call the cops, but I'm not taking my weapon off him yet. "Fuck!" he cries, gritting his teeth. He rolls onto his hands and knees and then climbs to his feet. I scramble back, about to shoot him again, but he stumbles out of the room and leans into the wall, descending the staircase. I don't fucking care if he gets away, as long as he leaves. I follow him, watching as he hits the floor again, crawling for the staircase. His hands give out underneath him, and he falls, sliding down the stairs and screaming at the arrow in his shoulder. "Tiernan!" Noah calls from the living room. "Tiernan, answer me now!" "Here!" I call. Holcomb spills down the rest of the stairs, and I hold the bow and arrow, seeing Caleb rush for me, taking my face in his hands. Noah takes the weapon from me, and I hear the front door swing open again. "Jesus Christ," Jake snaps, taking in the scene. "Stay down," Noah orders Holcomb, planting his boot on his back and pushing him to the floor. "Or I'll show you how we handle an injury like that up here without an ambulance." Caleb stares into my eyes, breathing a mile a minute before jerking me in and pressing his lips hard to my forehead. "Are you okay?" Jake asks, rushing up to us. I nod, my heart still hammering. "I'm fine. I think. I don't know. Everything hurts, but I can't tell what exactly." I pull away, looking at Jake glance between Holcomb and me. "Tiernan, I'm sorry," he says. "You're okay? Really?" "Fine." I didn't think. His hand goes to his head. "We shouldn't have left you alone." "You heard the call?" I ask. "Yeah." He smiles weakly. "We sped here the whole way." I knew they'd come. "You're sure you're fine? He didn't try anything?" He tried a lot. I don't know if I want to laugh at how miserably he failed or cry at how relieved I am. I'm perfectly fine, though. Holcomb groans on the floor, and Jake shoots him a scowl, taking out his phone as he walks away. "I'm calling Benson." The sheriff. And since they visited him once tonight and Caleb is still here, then I guess no one's pressing charges like Terrence threatened. "Hey, you didn't miss at least," Noah tries to joke. I feign a laugh. "It was at close range." He smiles, then he presses his foot down harder, grinding his boot into Holcomb's back. "Motherfucker," he taunts. "You just made my day." Yeah, Caleb might be in the clear, but Holcomb just took his place with the sheriff. I look up at Caleb, but he's not looking at me anymore. He stands a few feet away, looking over at my suitcase by the door. His eyes turn to me, suddenly hard. I swallow through the tightness in my throat. "Were there others?" Jake asks as he comes back in the room. It takes a moment to tear my eyes away from Caleb. Finally, I nod. "There were. They scattered. I didn't recognize them. I can describe one of them, though." Caleb walks outside with his father to check the property, and I sit down on the stairs with Noah, resting my head in my hands for minutes and minutes to try to calm down. After a while, the sheriff arrives, the ambulance not far behind, and they load up Holcomb on the stretcher while Benson takes my statement. I tell them about the fire last winter and Holcomb's confession when he didn't know I was listening, and he tells us they passed his car on the road on the way up here. They guess he parked off somewhere quiet so he could come into the property undetected. Caleb and Jake come back in, Caleb staring at me the whole time from across the room like he's scared and sorry, but his distance is scarier. Why won't he come over to me? He's so far away all of a sudden. Every once in a while, his eyes go to my suitcase. The cops and ambulance finally leave, and Noah heads outside to secure the stable and check the animals, while Jake stands on the porch, finishing up with Benson. I walk into the kitchen, seeing Caleb sitting in the dark at the table. His elbows rest on his knees as he leans forward, bows his head, and locks his hands together. He raises his eyes, looking at me. Reality comes crashing back in. I don't know what I expected, I guess. Obviously, I didn't ask for Holcomb to show up here. But maybe when Caleb rushed in, took my face in his hands, and saw what could have happened, he'd realize that he wanted a life with me. That he wanted to live instead of hiding inside himself. Instead, he saw my suitcase and shut down because he thinks I'm like his mother and that I'm abandoning him. He's being betrayed, but what he doesn't realize is it's not abandonment when you're an adult. It's called leaving, and he has it in his power to stop me. Tonight could have gone so much worse. Doesn't he realize that? The baby isn't his, Noah whispers behind me. Dad was able to squeeze the doctor for info. Cece got pregnant last August. Caleb was at the fishing cabin the entire month. He didn't show up until the beginning of September. That first night we met. Holcomb, I guess. That's what we're thinking too. Holcomb is the father. He and Cece were together at the bar on my birthday. She was fucking with us today. I stare at Caleb, a horrible feeling falling over me instead of relief though. He's not going to fight for me. He won't write to me. He won't sign. He'll never talk to me. He'll never communicate with his children if he has any. He loves everyone in this house, but he won't even tell us. Something crushes my chest, and tears pool as I gaze at him. "Tiernan!" a woman yells outside. "Oh my God!" I blink. "Is Tiernan here?" I hear Mirai's voice as she pummels up the steps on the porch. Jake says something I can't hear, and then she shouts, "Get out of my way!" Mirai? Tears stream down my face, and I spin around, seeing her run into the house, lock eyes with me, and drop her handbag, rushing over. She wraps her arms around me, and I pause a moment, and then I crush her to me, holding her so tightly she probably can't breathe. I hold back the sobs, but I can't hide the tears. I didn't realize I'd missed her until now. I squeeze her so hard, everything hitting me at once. "What the hell happened?" she asks. I release her, drying my eyes. "It's okay, I'm fine." "You're not fine," she shouts, and I can see Jake walking back into the house behind her. "You're bleeding!" She turns my face to inspect my cheek, and I touch it, pulling my hand away to see a little blood. I must have scraped it somewhere in all the running. I hug her again, her long dark hair soft like designer shampoo can do, and smelling like a spa. Memories wash over me. I pull away to look at her. She looks like I used to. I'd forgotten how manicured I once was. Her nails, her makeup, her hair. "How did you get here?" I ask. "I thought I was picking you up at the airport." "I got an earlier connection and rented a car," she explains, still inspecting my body to make sure I'm okay. "I had a weird feeling you were going to try to keep me from here or something." Very astute, actually. I look around, seeing Noah and Jake staring, Caleb still silent in the kitchen. "Let's go back outside," I tell her. "Tiernan," Jake says as I pass, but I ignore him. I grab my jacket, Mirai's handbag, and hand it to her as I take her back out to her car, which still sits running with the headlights on. She must have bolted from it when she saw Benson's cop car. She might have even passed the ambulance on her way up here, too. "Is that him?" She looks behind us as I take her back down the steps. "Your uncle?" "Just come on." I slip on my jacket. I should introduce her. We should all sit down and talk. But I can't do this. I need to get my head straight before I decide what she needs to know and doesn't. And too much has happened in the last 12 hours. I haven't even processed it myself. I need to send her off, deal with Caleb, and then deal with her. "I need you to go to a motel in town," I tell her, stopping at the car. "I'll come to you in a bit. I'll meet you there." "What?" she blurts out. "No." "Please," I plead, gazing into her brown eyes with those warm flecks of amber. "I need to do something here. Please, don't worry." "Tiernan?" she starts. But someone approaches, and I look over, seeing Caleb open the car's back door, set my suitcase inside, and close it again. I freeze. I watch as he moves to the passenger's side front door and opens it for me, meeting my eyes. And suddenly, Mirai isn't here. Jake and Noah aren't watching from the porch, and I can't feel the rain that's turned lighter now, hitting my head. He's helping me leave. He's telling me to leave. I stare at him, my eyes burning, but I'm too shocked to cry. He's drawing a line, the line I was afraid to draw earlier when I packed. I didn't want to leave. I just thought I'd give us some space. Or maybe I hoped he'd find me gone and come after me. He's telling me to go, though. He would rather me leave than ever have to say anything to me. I hold his beautiful green eyes, seeing the emotion behind that he tries to hide. But as I try to search for what to say to solve this, to save us, there are no words left. Maybe words were never really the problem. Actions speak louder, don't they say? And his are loud and clear. I climb into the car, as if on autopilot, quickly closing the door, my insides knotting and twisting because the idea of leaving isn't real. This can't be happening. This isn't happening. "Caleb!" I hear Noah bark. Mirai rounds the car, hopping into the driver's side and putting the car in reverse. "Tiernan!" Jake bellows, and I see him pounding down the steps out of the corner of my eye. "No!" Noah yells. Jake slams his hand on the hood of the car, staring at us through the windshield. "Stop!" "Just go," I tell her, turning my head away so Caleb can't see the tears. "Please, please just go." She locks the doors, slams on the gas, and I bury my face in my hands until we're deep down the dark highway, away from the house, and I can't see his face again. Chapter 35. Tiernan. I move my spoon through the soup, listening to the quiet. God, this house is like a tomb. I always knew that, but damn. Right now, the boys would be watching TV, Noah laughing loudly while Jake yelled at him from the kitchen about his damn dishes. There would be music, joking and playing. Life. There would be Caleb. My chin trembles. It's been 22 hours since I've seen him. Everything feels foreign now. I look around my parents' white kitchen, pristine marble countertops and chrome appliances. This isn't my home. Mirai pushes a leather binder across the island to me. I glance at it. "They left you everything, of course," she says. "This is for your records." My parents' will stares back at me, and I look away, back to my soup. God, I don't care. My heart has been ripped out, and it's still laying in their driveway in Chapel Peak. I blink away the tears. I need to stop trying to understand how he could let me go. It's nothing I'm not used to. At least my parents left me the money. At least I was a mention in the will. Proof that they cared enough to make sure I'd be okay. I was always sure of a life of comfort with them, if nothing else. I'm so rich I'll never have to lift a finger in the world or even leave this house if I don't want to. 6 months ago, I might have been grateful for that. Don't stay here, she begs. Stay with me, or rent an apartment. You need people around you. I sit up, pushing the bowl away from me. You know me by now, I tell her. I may have the personality of a brick, but I don't need anyone. I'm kidding. I need the candy-making people and the Netflix people. It's not a weakness to need anyone, Mirai says, watching me. Except those pricks. If I knew what they were going to do, I wouldn't have let you get on that plane. Twice. Stop. I shake my head at her, tired all of a sudden. That's not what happened, and I'm not a child. I haven't been one for a long time. She looks away, her lips tight, but she stays quiet. I told her everything on the car ride to the airport last night. She was livid, almost running us off the road, and she nearly turned us around to go back to the house so she could deal with my uncle. I had to beg her to reconsider. I cried the whole plane ride to LA. I didn't mean to spill everything, but I needed perspective. I needed a new friend, I guess. They're my family, I say, my voice gentle. We were forced together and shit happened. I was there, not her. My only wrong step was falling in love with one of them. She looks like she wants to say more, but eventually she nods, letting it go for now. Carter is walking the grounds, she says, slipping her heels back on. I'll be back later with some clothes. I'm fine, I assure her. Security is here. I don't need a sleepover. But she looks at me level. Just let me care about you, okay? Something in her voice shuts me up, like she's done being nice and done asking. Kind of like Jake. I give her a small smile. She hugs me, and I close my eyes, squeezing my arms around her. She says goodbye and leaves, and I prop up my elbows on the counter, staring at the will. But the silver case to my left, out of the corner of my eye, is all I can really see. I look over at the urn that looks like a large jewelry box, sterling silver with ornate etchings. Mirai has been keeping it until she brought it to me tonight. Just one urn for them both. My parents wanted to be buried at the tree with the swing in the yard, clearly never questioning that I would stay here or ever sell this house. I bury my face in my hands, letting out a groan. This ache, like something is burrowing into my stomach, and I know my eyes are puffy, even if I haven't looked in a mirror since yesterday morning, when I envisioned myself pregnant with Caleb's baby. God, yesterday morning. How can so much have changed in one day? Sliding off the stool, I stick my hands in the pocket of my hoodie and drift around the house, taking in how much has changed. Everything is still in its place, nothing really different, except for the way I'm seeing it. The fireplace was for show, only turned on for parties or holiday pictures, and it runs on gas. No need for firewood, no crackles of the logs or smell of burning bark. Every few years, rooms were redecorated, furniture that had barely been used replaced with a new style. At no time did I ever veg out on the couch to watch TV or make popcorn for a movie night. The boys would tear this place up in no time. I shake my head, picturing a deer head over the mantel. I drift upstairs and stop at the top of the landing, ready to veer left for my room, but I pause, staring right. My parents' bedroom door sits closed, and I head over, gripping the handle. The cool brass seeps down to my bones, and I can still hear her voice behind the door. The glass she's drinking from clinking against the marble tops of the tables inside, and the pills in my father's bottle jiggling as he tries to gear up for his stressful days. I should have talked, screamed, yelled, cried. I should have asked. I release the handle, leaving the door closed, and walk from my room and open the door. As soon as I step inside, however, something fills up in my lungs, and I don't know what it is, but a small laugh escapes as the tears stream at the same time. The ominous Virginia Woolf posters and photographs of myself in thoughtful poses staring off into the wind. Jesus. My parents always kept recent photographs of me for reference during interviews, but the decorator thought putting some in my room wasn't weird at all. And gray everywhere. Gray fur coverlet, gray walls, gray carpet. It's like Pleasantville. I'm almost scared to look in the mirror. I stand there, no desire to move farther. This was never my room. Spinning around, I head down the stairs and back into the kitchen, not sure what the hell I'm doing, but I know it's something. I grab a tea light and a lighter out of the drawer and tuck my parents' urn under my arm as I head through the house and into the garage. Digging through some drawers, I finally find a garden shovel and grab it. Just do it. I couldn't stand up at their funeral and show them, myself, or anyone else that my soul wasn't fucking crippled, but I can get this done for them. Hurrying outside, I circle the house and head to the tree, the tire swing that Mirai cut down and left laying on the ground, now gone. I drop to my knees, light the candle, and set it in the grass, giving me just enough light. I start digging. Stabbing the grass, I work out a patch and keep slicing through the soil, making the hole wider and deeper. My belly churns, the box sitting there like a fucking bomb about to go off. I can't believe they're ashes. Fucking ashes. They were so much before. Large, so important. And now they fit in a shoebox. A fucking shoebox. A sob escapes, but I swallow the rest down and toss the shovel away. God. Slowly, I open up the box and, very gently, remove the clear plastic bag. It's the weight of a truck, even though it's barely the weight of an infant. I carefully spread the ashes in the hole, stuff the empty bag into the box, and push the dirt over top, covering the hole again. I choke on the tears and brush off my hands, collapsing to the ground and sitting with my back up to the tree. It's that easy, isn't it? It's so easy to bury them, to throw things away, but it doesn't mean that they aren't still felt, that what they did disappears too, because it doesn't. I wish they'd had gotten to know me. I wish they didn't have to die for me to be given the opportunity to know myself. Sometimes the clouds aren't enough, I guess. We need the whole damn storm. I stay out there for a long time, looking up at the thick bough above from where my father tied the rope for the swing. The wear in the bark shows years of all the nights they played. It's still surreal to me that I never once came out here to sit on the swing, but then there was no one to push me. I blow out the candle and take everything back inside, pushing it away and closing the house up. I turn off the lights, making sure the back door is locked, but not bolting the front, because Mirai is coming back. Climbing the stairs, I yawn, excruciatingly tired. It's after 7 here, so it's only after 8 in Chapel Peak. What's he doing right now? He wouldn't be going to bed yet, not unless I was, and then he goes where I go. My heart aches. I don't think I expected him to call, but I wasn't sure I expected that he'd just accept us being apart either. But here we are, a day later, and nothing. I stop at the top of the stairs, about to head to bed, but I step right instead and walk to my parents' door, opening it up this time. The smell of vanilla and bergamot assault me, and I almost hold my breath on reflex. I like the scents, just not together. It will always remind me of her. Entering the room, I look around and notice everything is as pristine as if they were still alive. The bed is made, no sign that their bodies laid there for hours all those months ago, and the glass top of my mother's makeup table glimmers in the moonlight, streaming through the sheer white curtains. The crystals dangling from her lamp gleam, and I flip on a light, doing a 360 around the large bedroom. As much as I try to search for a connection to them, though, it doesn't come. There are no memories here, no nights of crawling into their bed, no playing with my mother's makeup or helping my dad with his tie. I walk into the closet and turn on the light, gazing at the long line of beautiful dresses I desperately wanted to try on over the years and never could. "Hey," I hear Mirai say behind me. She's back. I turn my head slowly, looking at the closet of clothes and the displays of jewelry and watches. I think of all the art in the house and the cars in the garage that have nothing to do with me anymore. A home full of things that were never a part of me, and I no longer desire them to be. "Can you call Christie's in the morning?" I ask Mirai, pulling the closet door closed and twisting around to look at her. "Let's hold an auction. We'll donate the proceeds to their favorite charities." "Are you?" "Yes," I cut her off, walking out the door. "I'm sure." "Thank you." I smile, taking the breakfast burrito and my receipt. Walking out of the small shop, I pull up the hood of my sweatshirt, protecting my AirPods from the light rain as The Hand That Feeds plays in my ears. I cross the empty walkway, bypassing the pier, and head out to the beach, sand spilling inside my Vans as my heels dig in. The dark clouds hang low as the waves roll in, the morning sun hiding, and the beach blissfully empty except for a couple joggers. 2 surfers paddle out, their black wetsuits glistening. I plop down, shimmy out of my backpack, taking out my water bottle and sitting cross-legged as I unwrap the foil around my burrito. I take a bite and stare out at the ocean, the salt and sea in the air making me smile a little. 6 weeks. 6 weeks back in California, and the days are getting easier. The auction will be happening soon. I've redecorated my bedroom and revamped some of the furniture in the house, and I've chosen a design school in Seattle to attend college in the fall. I have a few months to travel or do just about anything I want to do before school starts. I've called Jake, he's called me, but he's not much of a talker on the phone, adamant that I just need to come home and he'll talk to me there when I do. I'm not going home, though. I need to do this. I finish my burrito and stuff my trash into my backpack, lifting my water bottle to my mouth. I might not be any happier than I was when I left, but I respect myself at least. There's no other choice. I lie back, falling onto the sand, ready to feel the small drops on my face. But as I look up, someone stands over me, looking down. "Hey," he says. "Noah?" I yank out my AirPods and shoot up, pushing my hood off my head. "So this is Surf City, huh?" he says, dropping his boots to the ground and plopping down on the sand next to me. I gape at him, unable to blink. "What? Where did you come from?" He smiles that Noah smile, and I can't control myself. Tears shake my chest and I dive in, wrapping my arms around his neck. "How did you know I was here?" I ask. "Well, you weren't home," he tells me, his arms tied around me. "And it was raining, so I took a chance." I let out a laugh, remembering I'd told him about me loving to come to Huntington Beach when it rains. Clever. "Actually," he lets me go, and I sit back to take in his new haircut and sun-kissed face. "My dad snuck a tracking app onto your phone when you weren't looking after the Holcomb incident at the lake last August." "Is that so?" I roll my eyes. Holcomb. I hadn't thought about him in a while. He pleaded guilty, Jake told me, and got 15 months for arson, along with a few other charges. "So when did you get in?" He thinks for a moment. 6 weeks ago." 6 weeks? I blurt out. "You've been in LA for 6 weeks? Why didn't you come to the house?" He's been here as long as I have. I haven't been able to get a hold of him other than texts. Did he intend for it to be a surprise? Because if so, it took him long enough. 6 weeks. His tone softens, and he looks thoughtful. I kind of needed to be alone, too. I stare at him, but I've got nothing to say. I get it. Shit happened. The wind blows my hair, and I push it off my forehead as the rain slowly wets it. It's so good to see you, I tell him. I hoped it would be. Does he have a place then? He hasn't been staying in hotels this whole time, has he? Either way, I hope this means I'll see him more now, at least until I leave for school. I've got a sponsor, he chirps. That's great. I smile wide. So you have a team now? He's building one, yes. He nods. I'm the lucky first recruit. He? Jared Trent of JT Racing, he tells me. He's an interesting guy, kind of like a cross between my father and Caleb. The mention of Caleb gives me pause, like I'd been pretending none of it was real, and here comes Noah to kick me in the stomach. Everything suddenly hurts, but I force a laugh. Yikes, I say. I know. His lips twist up, kind of forlorn. He doesn't talk much, and then when he does, you kind of wished he hadn't. Yeah, Caleb and Jake are like that. But he likes what I can do, Noah continues. That's who I need in my corner. I'm glad he found what he was looking for. I hate that he thinks he never had that already, though. You have so many in your corner. I gaze at him. Just wait. I wrap my arms around his arm and lay my head down on his shoulder, both of us watching the waves roll in. I'll be at every race I can, and I'm going to brag about him to all my friends, as soon as I make some. You can ask me about him, you know, he says in a low voice. I drop my eyes, not saying anything. I'm desperate to hear anything about Caleb, and not. He's obviously alive, so he's eating, sleeping, and breathing just fine without me, even though some days I feel like my insides are on the outside. Dad says he left for the fishing cabin after you left, and he's been gone ever since. I shake my head. Let's not talk about him. I look up, meeting Noah's eyes. What about you? Are you happy? He looks down at me, and I wonder why it couldn't be him. He's so easy to love. Do you resent me? I whisper when he doesn't answer. He hoods his eyes, a gentle smile curling his lips. You were right, Tiernan, he says. I was in love, but with something else. Racing. I have my future now, he tells me. I'm really happy. I lay my head down again, letting out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding for months. Laying his head over mine, he kisses my hair, and we watch the ocean. He loves you to death, you know, he says. Needles prick my throat as a tear spills down my cheek. He's still in that car, Noah. Chapter 36. Tiernan. Noah heads back to the extended stay hotel he's paying through the nose for to gather his things, while I return to the house to prepare a room for him. His sponsor is based somewhere outside of Chicago, so Noah might be traveling a lot, but they also have a branch of their business here, so this will be home base when he's in town. We spent the rest of the day walking and talking, and after lunch I took him to one of my father's favorite tailors to get him suited for any dressy occasions that might pop up in the future with his new adventure. By the time we were done, it was late. We ate dinner, he went back to his place to sleep and pack up his things to check out tomorrow, and I came home. I've had the bed replaced in my parents' old room, so I'll put him in there, since it has a private bathroom. I don't need to take the chance of running into an overnight guest, should he choose to have one. You should be shut! I hear Mirai scream as I enter the house. I stop, pausing before gently closing the door as I listen. What the hell? Whoever designed this room should be shot, Jake spits back. These drapes look like the same shit that lines caskets. Jake? My heart lifts a little more. He's here too.
Ugh! She growls. Something crashes, shattering across the floor, and I tiptoe through the foyer and hide behind the wall to the sitting room. Whoops, Jake says. There goes a candy dish. Probably $300 and never used either, because this house hasn't seen a carb since 2002. I snort, but I cover my mouth so they don't know I'm here. Leave, she says. No. I'll call the police. TMZ will be here before they are. I shake my head, peering around the corner to see him digging his hand into a bag of my veggie fries as Mirai stands close, hands on her hips and huffing. She holds up her claws like she wants to strangle him. I've never wanted to hit someone so much since last night when you dreamed about me. I pull back and lean against the wall. Mirai's anger over what went down on the mountain between the Vanderbergs and me is still strong. But man, he's not afraid of it. Where is she? He asks. I don't know. Mirai, he sing-songs. Screw you. I peek around the corner again, seeing their backs to me, him standing behind her and egging her on. It didn't happen like you think it happened, he explains. We're her home. We'd kill to protect her. My cheeks warm at hearing that, but Mirai still isn't having it. Fuck off, she says. I jaunt past the archway and dash up the stairs before they can see me, not having the energy to get in the middle of that tonight. I'll say hi to Jake tomorrow. I'm calling security, I hear her warn him. I'm not leaving, he taunts. I'll be here all night if I have to, waiting with you. Nope, you won't. Close to you, he continues. Shut up. Watching you. Ew. Just you and me, he teases. There's a pause and then, ow, Jake bellows. That hurt. My nose is bleeding. Jesus. Not on the carpet, she cries. I speed walk to my room, grab the handle, and quietly close the door. I'm not sure if Noah found me because he knew his father was coming, or if Jake came to see how Noah was doing and decided to make a stop here. But either way, I'm happy they're both here. I just hope Jake made provisions for someone to stay on the property back home and take care of the animals in his absence if Caleb is still nowhere to be seen. I'll leave him and Mirai alone for now, though. They need to spend some time together and sort their shit out. Whether or not she approves of what happened, he's not going anywhere. If she wants to keep being here for me, she'll have to deal with him. I crash to my bed, burying my face in my pillow. It was a good day, but long. The ever-present flutter that left my heart when I left the peak 6 weeks ago is back to some extent. They're here, and I feel more like home. A little more, anyway. My course catalog for school looms like an elephant on my nightstand, but I feel good, and looking at that makes me feel less good. I wanted to go to college this morning, but now that they're here... God damn them, always confusing me. Reaching up, I pull the chain of my lamp and close my eyes as the room goes dark. I startle awake, something stirring me. I blink the sleep away and flip over onto my back, waiting for the room to come into view. What was that? It was like hail. It doesn't hail in LA. I turn on the lamp and sit up, rubbing my eyes. I look at the window, the black night clear and quiet beyond it. Rising from the bed, I walk over and pull aside the sheer curtain. I cover my yawn with my hand, taking in the blue hue of the grass and the shadow of the tree falling over the dark lawn. But then the shadow moves, and I look closer. A rope hangs from the same bough my parents used, and a small tire is secured to the end of it. My pulse quickens. Am I seeing that right? Mirai cut down the tire last August, and the rope was gone when I came home. I charge for my bedroom door and open it, jogging down the hallway. Laughter comes from the kitchen, and the scent of Jake's chili wafts over me, making my stomach growl, and I ignore it and slip down the hallway and out the back door. When was the last time I looked out that window? Yesterday, maybe?
Did Mirai have it hung? One for me this time? I guess it would be thoughtful. Or maybe she hung it for my parents, since she knows I buried the ashes there. Kind of a final memorial of sorts. I round the back of the house and see it ahead, swaying in the soft breeze. It's not the same tire. This one is a little smaller, with a white stripe around it. Something maybe a child could fit inside. Someone steps out from around the tree, and I stop, meeting his eyes. Caleb looks at me. Everything inside my lungs empties, and I don't feel like this is real. But he moves, placing his hand on the rope above the tire, holding it out for me. He did this? When? How? I inch closer to him, my feet carrying me without a thought. What are you doing here? My voice is barely audible because my mouth is suddenly dry, and I can't believe Caleb is anywhere outside Chapel Peak. He flew here? Or maybe he drove, but either way. It's surreal. I can't picture him anywhere else but there, but here he is. How did you get here? I ask him. He doesn't reply, of course, simply holding out his hand for me to take. I look down at the vein over the back of his palm, remembering the nights I traced every inch of his body. That night in particular. I take his hand, and instead of guiding me inside the tire, he picks me up under the arms instead, lifting me high. I swing my legs around the rope, grabbing hold of it as he plants my ass on top. I feel so high and happy, I almost feel sick. God, I love him. He's here. I can touch him. What does this mean? The bow creaks under my weight and my stomach swoops, sitting up here. I always envisioned what this would be like. I want to smile, but I don't. Drawing me back, he lets me go, swinging through the breeze, and I can't hold it in anymore. I smile, despite myself, closing my eyes and feeling my body fly through the air. I come back and he pushes me again, this time harder. I clutch the rope, holding it tight to my body, and revel in the lightness in my head and the spin in my stomach. He grabs the tire and twists it around, sending it and me twirling through the night as it flies away, drifting toward the house and then back to him. I laugh and smile, finally stretching my arms long and tipping my head back as the air sweeps through my hair. It's beautiful and wonderful, and I feel free. No wonder she loved it out here. It's almost enough to make me forget how hurt I was. I don't want him to leave, but I'm not sure he should have come. The tire spins, slowing down as Caleb stops pushing me and lets me come to rest. My stomach settles again, and the world stops turning. I stare down at the ground as he stops the tire, standing behind me. How did you know about the tire swing? I ask, but I don't expect an answer, of course. He hands me a piece of paper, folded many times, and I take it, opening it up. As soon as the image comes into view, I know it instantly. It's a printout of an article, one of many about my parents. My father pushes my mother on the swing in this very spot, the brightest smiles I've ever seen on their faces. In the distance, above, and barely visible, is me. No more than 7 or 8, staring down at them from my window, with my chin resting on my hands. I refold the paper and hand it back to him. I can't believe you're here, I tell him, just above a whisper. You actually left Colorado. It was time, he says. I suck in a breath, his words hitting me like a truck. What? I slide off the tire and turn to face him, not believing what I just heard. Deep, but soft, clear and strong, he spoke. Caleb spoke. Walking around the tire, he steps toward me. My home is where you are, he says quietly. I shake my head, and I'm not sure if I just don't believe I'm hearing this finally, or if I can't believe that I can't remember why the hell I was angry in the first place. It's like everything is washing away, and those words were all I needed to hear. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulls out a gray paperback that looks familiar. I found the book. He hands it to me. I take it, seeing it's The Sirens of Titan we were reading at the fishing cabin. We meant to finish when we got back home, but we'd realized we left it behind accidentally. After you left, I went to the cabin for a long time and started reading it from the beginning. I listen, loving the sound of his beautiful voice, velvety and soothing, but his words still thick. These words are all new to him. Out loud, he adds. He practiced speaking the last 6 weeks by reading out loud. I wipe the corner of my eye. He comes in, caressing my face and catching a tear before it falls. Do you hear yourself better now? He asks. Alone? I smile a little. He found my note. His eyes are still always formidable, but his tone, it betrays his insecurity. He's worried I don't want him anymore. I think I'm ready to hear both of us now, I tell him. You? He nods. I needed to learn it too, he explains. I needed to hear myself. I'm sorry it took so long. I smile, and he dives in and kisses me. I circle my arms around his waist, warmth coursing down my body instantly. Caleb. He kisses slow and then fast, dipping his tongue in and then nibbling and tugging my bottom lip. I go where you go, he whispers between kisses. Will you be happy? I would love to settle back in Chapel Peak, or better yet, at that cabin someday, albeit with some renovations and expansions. But I have things to do first. Is he coming into the world with me? He stops and looks down into my eyes. I won't be happy without you, he states. I know that. And that's all I need to know. As long as we're together, we're home. It doesn't matter where. I love you, I tell him. He touches his nose to mine. I love you too. My chest shakes and I try not to sob like an imbecile. It feels so good to hear that though. Finally. We kiss and hold each other, and I'm already making plans in my head of how we'll spend the months until design school starts. Keep talking, I beg. I love his voice. He chuckles, low and heady. What should I say? Anything, I smile. Read to me, I guess? He grabs the backs of my thighs and lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his body. Show me your books, he murmurs against my mouth. They're in my bedroom. He catches my lips between his teeth, a promise in his dark tone. I was hoping they were. I smile and hug him to me as he carries me into the house.
Epilogue. Caleb. 5 years later. I run my thumb over her lips as she moves on top of me, grinding and taking me inside her. God, this girl loves tense. Fucking hell. Her back arches and her hair falls down her spine as she rides me, and I lean back on one hand, holding her hip with my other. Fuck, baby, I groan. Caleb, Tiernan whimpers. She digs her nails into my shoulders and comes in, kissing me, her taste and heat making my fucking head spin. This is the second time in 6 hours, her climbing on top of me and stirring me awake at the crack of dawn just 10 minutes ago. How easily I stir for her, though. My beautiful girl. Rocks shuffle and crackle on the beach, and I know someone else is up in the camp. I fist her hair, holding her tight to quiet her. She slows down, calming her breathing so we don't embarrass ourselves in front of the others, but she keeps rolling her hips, softly, silently. tonguing my lips, my goddamn stomach flipping. She drives me fucking crazy. "You feel so good," she mouths across my lips. "I love you, baby." My heart swells. I paw her tit, squeezing it and wanting it in my mouth. But my cock throbs, warms, and I hold my breath as she quickens her pace, her hot body fucking me so good. We come, our breath stuttering and fighting to keep quiet as her tight pussy squeezes around me in wet heat. I spill inside of her, dropping my head back as I pulse and jerk, going as deep as I can. I gasp for breath. Shit. She falls into me, and we crash back to the sleeping bags, droplets of morning dew dotting the roof of our red tent. Over the years, in all of the tents, cabins, motels, and truck beds we slept in on our hikes and travels, she's always extra horny and tense. I don't know why. I kiss her, gripping her hair on the top of her head as I hold her to me. "I never want to let you go," I breathe out. Not even to piss. She laughs. "You have to," she says. "It's your turn this morning." I grunt my displeasure at the reminder. I hate making him eat that gross shit. She rolls off me, and I gaze longingly at her ass for a few more precious moments before I slip into my jeans and take the small bag she hands me. I leave the tent and rise, stretching my arms above my head and taking in a breath of warm July air. The pond and waterfall lay ahead, my dad down on the rocky beach, working the fishing pole already. I grin. Hunting and fishing was the one thing we really liked doing together. I should have done it with him more growing up. I wash up in the pot of water and rinse my face before drying off and taking the bag Tiernan gave me over to the green tent next to us. Unzipping it, I lean down and step in, seeing Noah still passed out on his back, with my son tucked in his arm. I stand there, appreciating the view for a moment. Griffin is 18 months, and even though it was hard for Tiernan to finish her degree as a new mom, she did it, with some help from me. We stayed in Seattle for a year after she graduated, raising him and road tripping, but finally now, we're home in Chapel Peak. Noah opens his eyes, yawning. "Hey." I kneel down, rubbing Griff's hair as he still lies asleep. "Thanks for watching him," I whisper. "We needed a night alone." I try to pull the kid off him. He needs a diaper change, no doubt, but Noah tightens his arm around him. "No," he scowls at me. "The little fucker and I bonded." I snort, prying my kid off him anyway. "Get your own." I hold my son in my arms as he shifts and yawns. He has sandy blonde hair and green eyes, his bare feet half the size of my hand. He's incredible. I kiss his cheeks a few times, trying to wake him up. Pulling out the sippy cup Tiernan gave me, I put it to his lips, his eyes finally opening and drinking the milk. "What the fuck is that?" Noah asks, staring down at the bag. I pull out the plastic container, opening it up and grabbing the spoon. "Some avocado and tofu shit," I tell him, scooping up a serving. Tiernan is determined he'll be as much a California kid as a Colorado one. She can keep that delusion, because this kid will be all mine the moment he tastes barbecue ribs for the first time. "He can't eat tofu in Chapel Peak," Noah tells me. "He'll get bullied." Shut up. I feed Griff, his pouty little lips scarfing down the food, and I laugh to myself. He'll eat pretty much anything. I guess the longer he doesn't know how awful this tastes compared to just about everything else, the better. "Happy to be home?" Noah asks. I nod, feeding the kid more and more. "Yeah." "You gonna stay out of trouble?" "Nope," I reply. Noah chuckles as he lies next to us. Dad is in California a lot now, Vanderburg Extreme merging with JT Racing about 4 years ago. Since the owners of JTR preferred to stay at their home base in Shelburne Falls, Illinois, it ended up being pretty perfect. Dad runs the California branch, and Noah races our bikes with their engines. Tiernan and I moved into the house here, but just until construction on our own place, a little lower on the mountain, is finished, which will take more than a year, I'm sure. The only thing other than a house that Tiernan demanded on the new property was a place to land a helicopter. There was no way she was letting me stitch up our kid if he got injured. She wanted him airlifted to a hospital with local anesthesia. I'll continue customizations, she'll design homes, decor, and furniture as the weather permits, and we'll live for the winter and the warmth and our family, with some adventures on the side. I keep feeding Griffin, but I feel Noah's eyes on me, like he has more to say. "What do you want me to do with her ashes?" he finally asks. Her ashes. I don't look at him, scraping the container and doling out the rest to the kid. I shrug. Take him, I guess. This is why he's back. Why my father returned. Why we decided to go camping and be together and remember what we have to be grateful for as a family. Anna Lee is dead. My mother. Our mother. My throat tightens as Griff looks up at me, his big, emerald eyes watching me. I force a smile for him. "It's surreal," Noah says quietly. "I think she was really someone very different down deep, if not for the drugs." Why would he think that? She wasn't on drugs in prison. She was in there 15 years total, with some spells on the outside in between, and the only time she touched base was for money. Theft, robbery, dealing, negligence with her child. She was a bad person. And I do remember, I still have to ride with the windows cracked in the car. "Maybe she wanted to be different," he goes on. "Someone who laughed with her kids, played games with us, and wanted a man to hold her with love." An image of her on her back as she propped me up on her feet so I could fly flashes in my head. She smiled, I laughed. "That's what everyone wants, isn't it?" Noah asks. "To not be alone?" He doesn't have any memories of her, only a year younger than me, but too young. Cancer crept up in March, and it worked quickly. She died in prison a couple of weeks ago. Maybe he's right. If she'd never had that first taste, maybe she would have been different. I just want to remember her as she should have been. His voice falls to a whisper. I'm too tired at this point to hate her anymore. When it's over and done, maybe all she wants is to not be alone now. To know that we think of her sometimes. Tears fill my eyes, and I don't want to fucking do this, but I can't stop it. I cough to cover the emotion choking me up, because fucking Noah, god damn him. She's dead, and I'm wrapped warm every night in a family I love. Why should I hate her? Ah, fuck it. I dry my eyes and gather up the food and sippy cup. Leave me half of the ashes. I'll spread them on the mountain. I don't look at him as I leave the shit and grab my kid, getting out of the tent before I embarrass myself further. Holding Griff close to me, I draw in some deep breaths, slowly letting it go. Fucking Noah. My dad stands at the edge of the water, and I head over, turning the kid around so he can see the waterfall. The first time we brought his mom here, she sat on a beach towel right about here. Dad glances over, smiling at Griff. I can't tell who he looks more like. I look down at my son. His hair is darker than Tiernan's, but much lighter than mine. He has my eyes, though. As long as he's loved, I don't care, I tell him. That he is. He reels the line back into the spool. If you want to have a few more, I won't balk, he says. It's nice to have a kid running around again. I can be better with him than I was with you two. I gaze out at the scene, thinking about my childhood. I never once resented my father growing up. It never crossed my mind that he wasn't striving to do his best. Until he had her. Then I resented him for a while. But I dropped my eyes, too happy to care anymore. We were lost and broken, each in our own way, and she needed us as much as we needed her. We'd die for her. We're not robbing banks or drunks, I finally reply. Noah and I turned out okay. And then I turned to him. You want to have a few more? I wouldn't mind his sister. He chuckles, and I cast a glance at the blue tent, knowing who he has tucked inside. even though she continues to try to conceal what we all know has been going on for years now. She's 37 and has no kids. Maybe she wants one. He sighs, reeling in his line and changing the subject. You got a handle on the Robinson order? Yeah, don't worry. I shoot my eyes left again, seeing Mirai exit his tent, see us, and quickly dive into her own, as if we're all stupid. It's amusing, though. She's wearing your shirt, I tell him. Better go get it. He shoots me a smile. I will. Tiernan walks out of our tent as he heads off, and I look over my shoulder at her, smiling. She's dressed in my favorite brown bikini and waving a swim diaper at me. I head over, letting her take the kid and change him as I dive into the tent to get into my trunks and grab his life jacket. We get him suited up and carry him into the pond. Oh, she smiles excitedly at Griffin as he splashes his arms and legs in the water. It's cold, isn't it? We wade out, holding him and playing, the waterfall grabbing his attention as he coos. Can you say waterfall? She asks him. His eyes light up, looking at her and talking in baby talk. We slip behind the falls, water drenching our heads and laughing as he sucks in air, a little shocked. Tiernan looks around, both of us taking in the new artwork on the walls. You scared me so much the last time we were here, she says. I hold Griffin by the jacket, letting his arms and legs wade freely. You scare easily, I joke. I don't. You were intense. Were? I ask, feigning insult. She knows I'm intense where it counts now. We drift in deeper, spinning the baby around in the water. I should have brought you here then, I tell her, or stayed with you in here that day. What makes you think I wouldn't have run? Because I made your thighs quiver. She snorts. You didn't. That wasn't you moaning on top of the car that first night we met? I told you to stop. I'm sorry, I say sweetly. I couldn't hear you over the sound of all your panting. Shut up. I hold the kid with one hand and pull her in with the other. Want to try your luck again? Her eyebrows shoot up at my challenge. I can leave Griffin with Noah for a while again tonight. I stare down into her eyes, her body pressing into mine, riling me up again. And maybe meet you in here at 10? You can show me how good you are at hating everything I do. She bites her bottom lip, looking at my mouth, and I still see her that day, backing away from me and nervous, but God, I just wanted to stay here with her. But she giggles and twists out of my hold, grabbing our son and moving back towards the falls to exit the tunnel. It'll be really dark in here at 10, she warns. Really dark. I move toward her, looking at her just like I did that day so long ago. I'll find you. If you can, she taunts. And then she disappears with Griff through the falls, and I smile at all the nights ahead of us.